Selectmen meeting for March 9th, 2023. It is 6 p.m. I'm calling the meeting to order. And can I please have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so everybody's aware our meeting is being recorded via Zoom, also live streamed on Facebook, and it's also being recorded and televised via WCAT 12, our local access network. If anybody else is recording, please let us know so we can let the public know. Okay. First thing on our agenda is state legislative updates from Senator Jacob Oliveira and Representative Todd Smola. Mr. Smola is going to be a little late. He's on his way. He's always here, though. He says he's going to be here. He's going to be here. Thank you very much for coming tonight. It's a pleasure to have you in our meeting. And welcome to Warren.
Thank you, thank you. It's great to be here. Should I stand? Should I sit? What's the usual protocol
It's up to you.
Okay.
Traditionally, when anybody's going to speak in a meeting, because it is via Zoom and digital, we say our name and we say our position within the community, whether it's selectman or whatever, or resident. If the resident wants to speak, this way they can put it on record and people out in Zoom know who you are too.
Great.
So.
Well, for the record, I'm State Senator Jake Oliveira. I hail from the town of Ludlow. And every town, I have 12 communities in my district, and every town has a different norm of how they operate. And so I'm just delighted to be here today. And obviously when Todd gets here in a little bit, we are strong partners together. We share both Palmer and Warren together. So we've been working very closely over the last couple of years. I spent 2 years as a member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives before joining the state Senate, and I represented 4 communities, parts of the cities of Springfield, parts of the cities of Chicopee, but also the town of Ludlow and most of Belchertown. And so there have been some changes with the legislative map, as you can obviously tell, where both Palmer and Warren, which were in Senator Ann Goby, who is a fantastic advocate for this region and definitely everything between the Pioneer Valley and Worcester, her district shifted a little bit farther east. She picked up a chunk of Worcester and went up towards Gardner. And with the population shifts that we had in Massachusetts in the 2020 census, Western Massachusetts, Central Massachusetts did not grow as fast as the eastern part of the state, and our districts roughly need to be about the same size, same number of people. And so you can't go into New York, you can't go into Vermont, you can't go into Connecticut, so most of the districts shifted eastward. And so this new state Senate district, the Hamden, Hampshire, and Worcester district, was created with 9 communities from the old first Hamden, Hampshire, Worcester district, and it added in 3 new communities, South Hadley to the north, and then Palmer and Warren. And so I'm just so happy to be here today and representing these 12 communities in the Massachusetts Senate. And I just am doing kind of a welcoming tour, going around to each one of the 12 different legislative and executive bodies within the communities. There's a great wide swath of diversity in the forms of government within those 12 communities. Obviously, Jimmy's very familiar with the city of Springfield, that has a strong mayor and city council. Same thing with Chicopee. And then we have some communities within the district, like my hometown of Ludlow, that has a representative town meeting. So we elect people to our town meeting, and we have a board of selectmen as well. And obviously we have some of our smaller communities that have open town meeting, like here in Warren, and 3 members of the board of selectmen like you have here. But we also have some kind of unique forms. So Palmer made a change a few years ago and went to they disbanded town meeting and now have a town council and town manager forum. That goes for the community of East Long Meadow as well. So the diversity in this district of the forms of government are all something that I'm kind of uniquely aware of, having spent 16 years in municipal government, sitting in where you're sitting today on the other side of the table. I spent 4 years as a rep town meeting member in my community of Ludlow, and then 12 as a school committee member, so don't hold that against me. But it's just, it's a pleasure representing this community, and, one thing about moving on over to the Senate side as opposed to the House is that every member of the Senate chairs a committee. And just like as in a lot of different communities, each one of the 6,000 or 7,000 bills filed each session are referred to one of the standing committees in the legislature. And this session, I have the honor and privilege of chairing something that's unique to local government, the Municipalities and Regional Government Committee. So any home rule petition that a community might have that needs legislative approval, their first stop is my committee. And so for communities and, the 12 communities in my district, I've said this to other select boards and school committee members and to town administrators and town managers. My goal here is to make sure that I support the 12 communities. So if you need anything, if you need a home rule that needs passage on there, happy to work with our office to expedite that and move that forward as quickly as possible, particularly if you're making changes. So I just wanted to offer that up first off. I'm joined here tonight by my district director, Jennifer Pickering, who is doing district office hours in each one of the 12 communities in the district. So look out for them. Jennifer has a standing list. I'm not sure when Warren is.
Last Tuesday of the month.
Last Tuesday of the
Senior
month
Center.
at the Senior Center over in West Warren. And, when we invite the public to come, if there is something pending legislatively, if I can't be there, just with the schedule this time of year, Jennifer will be there, and we usually debrief on all the constituents that come and express an opinion on a particular issue, or if you have a constituent service case, if you have an issue with a state agency or the RMV or unemployment, don't hesitate to use our office as a resource to help you cut through some of that red tape at the state level. Obviously, your hometown hero, State Representative Todd Smola, has been a great advocate for the town of Warren, Palmer, and a few other communities for nearly 2 decades up on Beacon Hill. And I'm just so thrilled to have a partner like him in the legislature who has so much institutional knowledge, but also being the ranking member of the Budget Writing Ways and Means Committee, which in this season in the legislature we call budget season. The House has first crack at the budget in April, and then we play cleanup on the Senate side in May, and hopefully we can resolve our differences to get ourselves a budget by July 1st. That's not always the case in many fiscal years, but we try our best to do that. Some of the priorities that I have representing, communities is making sure that your unrestricted local aid, Chapter 70 for the Quabog Regional School District, things that are very important to regional school districts like regional school transportation that has never been fully funded, making sure that we increase that, really tackling some of the rising costs of special education that a lot of our school districts are facing that are creating a greater burden on the finances of communities. I have several bills filed this legislative session to help tackle some of those rising costs that are hitting a lot of communities pretty hard right now. But I'm also privileged enough to be the vice chair and be a member of several other committees in the legislature, including the Public Health Committee, which obviously over the past 3+ years has been a very active committee on many different measures, but also vice chair of the Tourism, Arts, and Culture Committee in the legislature, plus being a member of both the Election Laws Committee, Financial Services, Consumer Protection and Professional Licensure, which deals with, for communities, liquor licenses that a community might want to change or get expanded on there. That all goes through Consumer Protection and Professional Licensure. And then a new committee that was created this session called Emergency Management and Preparedness, really in light of the last 3 years and preparing for any type of emergency situation that our Commonwealth may face. So my office stands ready to work with you, Jimmy, and the 3 of you to make sure that Warren has their budget priorities and their needs met, and also to help with any state agency that you might be dealing with in the future. And we're our office, whether Jennifer, myself, or the 4 other people that work in our office, we are here to help you, and we're here to be a conduit, not just to relay information, but also to exchange information as well and grow ideas about the needs of Warren and the uniqueness of this community. Warren is the only community that I have in Worcester County, so it gives my foothold on some of the Worcester County issues that develop over time. So it creates, in the name of the district right now, the Hampden, Hampshire and Worcester district, with the inclusion of Warren. And obviously the needs of smaller communities. I have a couple other smaller communities that are similar in size to Warren, Granby, Massachusetts, and also Hampden, that are part of my district as well, and then some very suburban communities around Springfield and small chunks of the cities of Springfield and the city of Chicopee. So I just wanted to come here tonight just to introduce myself, to let the community know that our office hours are up and running and we'll be staffing them here in the community, but also just to let you know that as we move into the legislative session, if there's anything that you need as far as your budget priorities, we ask every town administrator for kind of those small, lower level budget items, kind of the medium items, and some of the kind of the wish list in the future. We make no promises given the fragility of the budget sometimes and the reliance upon tax collections, particularly in the month of April, which is a major bellwether for us as we look at the projections for the FY24 budget. We'll be looking at those April collections to see whether or not we're meeting benchmark and how much we can actually spend within our budget. Unlike the federal government, we don't print money. We always have a balanced budget at the end of the year. But when we have money, some funds left over, we typically reinvest in things through supplemental budgets, which we actually just passed in the Senate today. I know we're being recorded today. One thing that we passed in our supplemental budget today was a 2-year extension of remote and virtual participation for local boards and committees. That's particularly important to regional school districts like Quabog that have people coming from various different communities to be part of it. We wanted to make sure we give the tools to municipal leaders to allow them to have participation as wide as they possibly can. You don't have to provide it, but it gives another tool in your toolbox that you've had over the last couple of years in order to meet the needs of deliberating in a public setting, whether it's via Zoom or whatever platform you choose to use. We also put into the supplemental budget today on the Senate side a couple of larger ticket items, including the extension and funding for universal school lunch, which we started with the help of the federal government during the pandemic. So every child here in Massachusetts is eligible for free universal lunch. Cuts down a lot of paperwork, streamlines things for districts. Districts seem to like it, but we put a few extra dollars into that today within the budget we passed. The other thing that we put in place was actually allowing Massachusetts to access some of the federal grants that are coming right now. So Massachusetts is making a play to really be a leader on chip manufacturing and R&D. So the microchips, the chips that we use in all of our phones and every device, electronic device, there's a massive shortage of that right now, and we're applying for some federal dollars. My goal is to make sure that Western and Central Massachusetts share in the growth of that profession, including on the manufacturing side of it, not just in the R&D, which is likely more focused in the Boston area. So just a few things that we passed just today. We're going to be taking up the FY24 budget. Committee hearings are going to be starting up. Obviously, as chair of municipalities, we are kind of the conduit to the Mass Municipal Association, which every community is a part of. Was just on the phone with their legislative director today, who's an old friend of mine. So definitely the needs of small, rural, medium, and large-sized communities are a priority of mine as a member of the legislature. So be happy to, I've spoken way too long already. I probably could speak longer, but I just wanted to offer, my assistance for anything that you're working on, and I would love to entertain any questions, ideas that you might have as we're moving forward. And we're gonna try to do these types of these meetings at least once a year around budget time, moving forward, obviously next year, and then our terms are only 2 years, so if the voters are kind enough to send me back in 2 years from now, then I'd like to make this an annual thing of this type of exchange, so.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much, and thank you for very articulate and educating presentation. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for all you're doing for our communities, too. You know, you've only been on for a short amount of time so far, and you've been doing a lot. It's impressive. Thank you. We do have some questions for you.
Absolutely.
As you know, we're gonna do our part too. You know, one of the questions we have, and you brought up with schools, school budgets. Okay, school budgets are getting out of hand. There's a lot more demands upon schools, what's required to do and how to teach our students. Plus, there's a lot of other things that fall. Teachers aren't just teachers anymore. They're more into getting into behavioral issues and how to handle those, and other things that are going on. There's a lot more expense involved. Plus, there's a lot more upkeep now with our economy. Fuel expenses are getting out of hand, and we just cannot generate the revenue to support the growth and the need for schools. We need them, we have to have them, we want them, okay, and they do an amazing job in our school system. But financially, we can't support their growth, not with our tax base. Our community, a majority lives below the poverty level, so it's very difficult. Raising taxes on our community to pay for expenses for a school, it's very difficult, because that determines whether somebody, say a senior that's retired, now has to pay taxes. It depends if they can buy food items, okay? And it really cuts into their budget, because we have to pay for those expenses with the schools. So with that said, we really need some help with the schools. And it's getting harder. Our school, we just met with them, and they're looking at like a 1.3 million above minimum contribution for them. And that's a hard pill to swallow for our community. That's an expense that we just can't absorb in our town. You know, we have to manage a police department, a fire department, public works department, municipal building, senior center, you know, sewer department. All these things are taking from our budget, and literally the school is taking more than half of our town's budget, okay? That's very difficult for us to deal with, because all the other things we gotta maintain too. We have to keep police officers on the streets. We have to keep firefighters. We have to keep, you know, the municipal, but we're running bare minimum with everything we have now. And I just can't see where we can make any cuts to save within our budget that's not gonna cut services completely. So we really need help from the state financially to do that. You know, we know that, the estimated is over $1 million for the school that they're getting extra this year?
Out of the gogovernor's budget.
The governor's budget.
She had about an additional $1 million.
Even with that, they're still asking for $1.3 million above minimum contribution. And that's very difficult to do. You know, our students deserve it, our teachers deserve it. We have some of the most underpaid teachers in our community. But they're very passionate, and you know, we have a great school. You know, the principals of the schools are amazing. Everybody works extremely hard within the school system, but we just can't afford the bill anymore. And it's getting to a point where something's gonna have to give, because we cannot go to the town and go to our community and say, hey, we need to get $1.3 million above minimum contribution for the school system and fund everything else we have, because it's not gonna fly in our town. They just can't financially do it. So is there any way, or what are you doing to help small communities with that. It seems like big cities get a lot of money. They get a lot of money towards their students. But us rural communities are kind of, you know, fend on your own. And I'm not saying you, I know you're doing a good job, and I know you were in the school system, you know how it is, being on the school board, the school committee. You know it's difficult in balancing those budgets, and sometimes decisions need to be made. But what can you do for us to help us in our community with that?
Couple of things. First off, you know, people sometimes say, well, why do you speak so much about schools when you go into a municipal meeting? Because some of the major cost drivers that are impacting all the services that we provide to our communities usually, you know, are reliant upon the fluctuation of increased costs for our schools. And even though I represent 12 communities, and when I go to municipal boards and I speak to whether it's a select board or city council, usually the first thing that they mention are the rising costs of schools. I'm a son of a teacher. My dad's 74 years old, still teaching at Ludlow High School. He has seen those changes and has seen the changes in education over decades of experience being in there, and the increased, you know, pressures that are on our educators and our school systems to provide a quality education to our students. But there are several major cost drivers that are impacting the growth and spending of schools. A lot of it, and I mentioned it before, has to do with special education costs. Special education costs, and when you look at a school district, like my hometown of Ludlow, where I know the numbers pretty well, when I got on the school committee about 15, or a little over 15 years ago, they had, you know, our special ed population grew by about 10 percentage points during that time period. And there are rising costs that go along with it. Out-of-district student placements, where you're sending a child out of district, can be extraordinarily expensive to a school district and have a lot of costs. The state has had something for the last couple of decades called a pothole account, or the special education circuit breaker. So any student that is above 125% of your per pupil cost to them, the state will reimburse up to 75% of those costs back to you right now. I actually have a bill in the legislature to raise that from 75% to 90%. To really accommodate for those rising costs. But there's also another factor that's going to be impacting school districts, and definitely is going to be impacting Quabog, is that our special education independent schools, where we're sending students here in Massachusetts, the rate is going up by 14.5% next year. And that is going to be a major cost driver for school districts going forward. And so the state, it's incumbent upon the state to grow that #1 circuit breaker account to accommodate for that. But it goes back to the bigger question. It's not just out-of-district placements, it's all of special education costs. There wasn't a school committee meeting that I went to over the last few years before I left where we weren't putting in another one-on-one support with maybe 1 or 2 special ed students within our schools. Yes, they deserve it and they need those services in order to access a quality education, but the growth in this area is not sustainable. So I've actually filed a bill in the legislature this session, working with the Superintendents Association and the School Committees Association, to basically create something that, a commission that will look at the rising costs to inform and support the state's long-term fiscal sustainability of special education costs. So you were mentioning before how urban areas like Springfield, Chicopee, Worcester had such increases in their Chapter 70 funding from the state over the last couple budget cycles and the next few budget cycles. That was actually, those investments were informed by the Foundation Budget Review Commission that saw the underfunding in those school districts and reported back to the legislature and told the legislature and the governor, you got to spend more in this area in order to help out those school districts. The idea of my bill is to do exactly the same, but for all school districts regarding special education costs, because it's not sustainable over time. So that's one area in which, you know, we're trying to take the lead in trying to help out school districts. But in the short term, making sure that we blunt the impact of that 14.5% cost increase to school districts right now for those out-of-district placements is incumbent upon the state to actually do through the FY24 and the FY25 budget, because how the financing works of it actually backfills from the previous fiscal year, those circuit breaker special education costs. So it's kind of a convoluted way to say special education is probably the #1 driver of increased cost to the school district right now. And we're working to make sure that we grow the accounts that we already have, but also look at the long-term fiscal sustainability for school districts in that area. The second large area, and you mentioned it earlier on, are the supports needed for low-income students within the school district. Obviously, the rate of poverty has increased in a lot of various different school districts. My own in Ludlow, our free and reduced lunch population went through the roof over the last decade, similar to a lot of communities, including Palmer and Warren around here, which also impacts rising costs as well. And the unique nature of small and regional school districts, and rural school districts like Warren, there's actually a task force that my colleague Natalie Blay on the House side up from the Sunderland area actually has a report that's going to inform the budget decisions we're making in the legislature for FY24 to put more dollars towards our rural school districts that have been left behind by some of the larger increases to our urban areas. And Warren would benefit from some of the changes. And it's not just money, it's also regulatory changes. You know, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education puts a lot of pressure on school districts a lot of time through unfunded mandates and requirements for reporting that continues to be a burden for school districts going forward. And so making sure that we cut through some of that red tape and reducing some of the burdens that DESE is placing upon school districts can also help with the long-term fiscal health of school districts going forward. So, you know, I don't have a magic bullet to, you know, kind of solve all these issues now, but I will say that every Board of Selectmen that we go to, every municipal body, school is #1 on the agenda when it comes to rising costs, and we're trying to work to blunt those costs to make sure that we put in some increased dollars moving forward to these important areas. When you look at, you know, some of the dollars that are going in, you know, we passed amendment, voters passed an amendment this past November, put more money towards education and transportation. I'm on a bill right now to make sure that we hold the legislature accountable so dollars actually go towards that. And so I think that's an important piece of when we're looking at it as well. So thanks for the question. Sorry for, you know.
No, you gave a good answer. Thank you very much. You know, again, major part of our budget. It'd be extremely helpful to our community to get some assistance with that. Did you have anything regarding schools or anything?
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe prerequisite for serving in the state government should be a term on the school committee, right? 'Cause
I call myself a recovering school committee member,
Yeah.
just like Jimmy, we're both recovering.
Yeah,
So.
then you understand. And the thing with transportation too is it's been underfunded for such a long time, so we've always been in a hole, always been playing catch up. So if we could get that funded, these other things are good too, but that would help. I mean, you know, at this point, I think anything helps, but
Thank you
that's
for
a big one,
mentioning
too.
regional school transportation. So the legislature made a promise that if districts regionalized, they would
Yes.
help out with the transportation funding. They've never lived up to that
Yeah.
promise that they
And we
made.
did, we held
We
our end of
regionalized.
the bargain.
Yeah, you regionalize are part of the bargain. Now it's incumbent on us to make sure that we live up to our end. I will say last budget cycle and the budget cycle before, because revenues were good, we have come close to getting near that mark that we want, set that
Yeah.
percentage that we wanted. We wanna make sure that we do that. I have another bill right now to raise that from the 75% to 90% of regional school costs, transportation costs, because it's about meeting that commitment that we made when you chose to regionalize moving forward. So,
Yeah.
thank you for mentioning regional schools.
And the interesting thing with regionalization is, you know, in our case, we're in with West Brookfield in our region, and they're struggling a little more with their finances.
Yeah.
So we look at these increases, you know, 1.3 for us, 900 some for them. They definitely can't do it, you know, and so we're married to them now. So if we were to raise, if we said, oh, fine, 1.3 million, we would tank them.
You decimate their community by
Yeah.
doing that, and we can't.
And we can't, we have to, you know, we have to think of them and think of ourselves and work together, but it's, again, so it has a kind of a ripple effect, these finances, on our relationship and the partnership we have, so, again, it's just really crucial, so any help that we can get is
Just on that point as well, so, you know, lifeblood of any school district or community's budget is chapter 78. And, you know, we waited nearly 30 years to crack open the formula, the funding formula in 1993. Nearly 30 years to do that. Obviously, there were changes in, you know, low-income students, English language learners, special education. And so what we built in when we redid the formula to support some of those school districts that were chronically underfunded in those urban areas, we said we made a promise we were not going to wait another 30 years to do that. So after this cycle of investment goes through with the Student Opportunity Act, we're not going to wait another 30 years. We're actually already starting the conversations on how this formula that we changed a few years ago is impacting other school districts, particularly rural and small school districts and suburban school districts that didn't share in the funding increases that some of our urban areas got.
Okay, all right,
Thank you. Any other questions?
that's it.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. As you can see here, we all support the schools, you know. We know they do a great job, you know, teachers, school committee put a great budget. The school has become very attractive, and it's something good for communities because then we get more families trying to go to this really wonderful school. And I'm just afraid that we're gonna go on the floor on a town meeting and they're gonna say no, and all that work. And, you know, according to what they say, trying to recover from that, it's gonna be a lot more expensive. So I told them, we are all on the same boat. We're trying to help, but, you know, it's very hard. It's not that we don't want it.
And I think one of the benefits that you have here in Warren is you have a beautiful school. There are a lot of school districts that are facing really bad aging infrastructure right now, where their schools are falling into disrepair. I have a school in another part of my district right now, probably saw it on the news, that they're leaking. Every time it rains, their high school that hasn't been updated in 60 years or renovated is facing these, you know, leaks on there. So the physical infrastructure of our school districts as well is always impacted. Luckily, we have the building authority that can help. Are they reimbursing districts and giving the level of support that they did 30 years ago? No, because they're relying upon the 1 cent, one penny on the sales tax. And as you know, sales tax revenue kind of go down over time, the buying power of that 1 cent kind of diminishes. So, you know, the school building authority that helps school districts pay for updates and accelerated repair projects is something that's pretty concerning. But you're lucky enough to have a beautiful school in your district where you have your town meetings, and it's a benefit to have something like that on the physical side. So
We want to keep it nice too.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's the goal, is to keep
Deferred
it nice.
maintenance is a good,
Yes.
We don't wanna
Yeah.
wait another 30 years, 30
Yeah.
years, you know, like.
So, do you have any other questions?
No, sir, that's it.
Mr. Ferrara, do you have any questions?
No, I've always seen Jake around in the community. He's always very accessible, easy to get a hold of, as well as Jennifer. She's always returned my calls, very accessible. You know, I think the select board may be considering some home rule petitions in the future. We'll definitely keep you in the loop on that.
Let me know, yeah. Home rules will be our bread and butter for the next, there's usually a few hundred bills that go through the committee, and usually every member has it, and, you know, having 12 communities, I know several, including Chicopee right now, are looking to do major changes to their charter, and so it'll be pretty active there, so.
I have more questions, but before we get past school subject, because we opened up that subject, anybody from the public have any questions about schools? You know, comments, questions, concerns? Anybody from Zoom?
No, it's only cable TV, so.
Okay. All right. So on another subject, another thing that's really concerning within rural communities, and I know we're not the only one in this subject, public safety. Okay? We have a immediate need for a public safety complex. Okay? Our police officers are working out of our old town hall building, which the building commissioner for our town advised us to have no occupancy in anymore because of it being unsafe. We had an engineer review the building, and the engineer had several concerns about the structural integrity of the building and the safety of the building. With that being said, it's an extremely big expense for something like a public safety complex. The reason why we want a public safety complex is because our fire department is dealing with an aging and very small building, okay? They have a lot of equipment that they need to maintain. They need to maintain in a climate. Ambulances, they can't be put outside because it wears on the ambulances, and there may be medications in there that need to be maintained in a certain climate. So it's not like we can take those, and they have to be able to be driven right out and used. They can't clean snow off of them, and, you know, because that takes down on reaction time. So we really need to have something for both the police and the fire. Public safety complexes seem to be the most efficient way to do that, because then you have all your services within an area, where some things can be shared within those departments. So it's a more cost-effective way. The problem with that is, for something like that, you're looking at an average of 10 million plus for a public safety complex. Our budget for our entire town is around $11 million. Okay, so that's a major investment. We have a feasibility study that we're gonna be working on, which we got a grant to do, so we're working on that. But this is something, it's a very large expense, and I know Ann Goby was talking about how she was presenting a bill to help with public safety complexes and help with infrastructure for that. Is there anything out there that you know of, or in the pipeline, or is there anything you can do to help us get funding for a project of this size?
Yeah, and thanks for mentioning Senator Goby's bill on basically, so, you know, as I mentioned before when we were talking about the schools, we have the MSBA, the School Building Authority, that helps and gives back, you know, basically, you know, depending on the level of wealth of a community, some dollars from the state to support it. You know, sometimes for, you know, medium income communities, it's 50% of the cost of building a school on there. We don't have anything for the municipal side of the equation. And we're seeing this, it's not just public safety, but a lot of communities in my district are in the process or have recently built new senior centers as well. That's another large ticket item that communities are taking on and financing themselves.
Well, that's coming up too.
That's coming up too, yeah. So I think Senator Goby's bill might be focused on public safety complexes that have some generated or steady revenue stream for communities to work on. Senator Kennedy, who's a colleague of mine up from Lowell area, actually has a bill for basically all municipal buildings, creating a building authority or expanding the role of the school building authority to include all municipal buildings, to have some level of reimbursement rate that can come back and help communities that are struggling. But public safety complexes are kind of unique. You know, I talked to my chief in Ludlow, and our building was renovated about 30 years ago and is already in need of some, you know, tender loving care. But the way that we're policing right now with evidence storage, you know, you need facilities that are able to, you know, lock up and store evidence, and that takes up a lot of space. And if you don't have a facility that meets those needs, then you're going to continue to find yourself in that situation. I think I've already signed on as a co-sponsor to both Senator Goby and Senator Kennedy's bill to create this municipal financing entity for municipal buildings. I mean, there's one-off opportunities that we get in the budget for things like feasibility studies, for some of that low-hanging fruit that's on there, of providing some of those resources through the earmark process through the legislature, but nothing as large for 10 million or 5 million or a couple $1 million. It's very expensive to build these the correct way for communities, and it really takes, you know, the investment on kind of the community side on their own in order to pay for these, and that's what, you know, kind of throws you out of whack sometimes. You know, a lot of communities have, you know, capital committees, as you probably do here in town, looking at what you're paying down so far that you bonded out for, whether it's schools or other parts as well, and trying to get on a schedule to ensure that, you know, when one area is paid off, you know, you have kind of the fiscal health or the kind of health of your municipal buildings as well in that timetable. But there isn't anything directly right now within the budget that can go directly towards, you know, large ticket items like public safety complexes, but it has been something that, you know, not just Senator Kennedy and Senator Goby have been talking about, but that's coming to the forefront of a lot of people right now because we're having these conversations with our communities. The cost of constructing a building has also gone up greatly. So, you know, we built our senior center in Ludlow and a new school at the height of the pandemic, and we were under budget on both projects by the tune of a good percentage point. That's not the case anymore. I'm looking at I just met with a selectman in the town of Ludlow, and we're trying to redo the track and field at the high school, which isn't reimbursable through the MSBA. And, you know, the cost 2 years ago when the voters actually turned down actually moving forward with a $1.2 million project for a new track and field has ballooned to over $2 million in just three years' time. So all that to say is that there isn't anything directly in the budget right now that can help with this, but there are bills that we've been filing in order to allow municipalities that can access some greater funding through a dedicated revenue source to help with these larger ticket capital items.
So with that said, is this something you would support?
Absolutely.
If it came in front of you?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm signed on as a co-sponsor of the bill because we're hearing it right now and communities can't afford it.
Okay. Again, yeah, it's a requirement. There are a lot of demands that are placed on them and how it's built. There's a terrorism rating for the buildings now, that they have to be built to a certain standard. So when people come around, it's nice that people offer us a building, but that building is not gonna be a public safety building, and it's not gonna stand up to the rating, because you have to get that special rating for it to have that now. And you can't just sit there and say, well, I'm gonna take an old duplex and I'm gonna stick them in there, because that doesn't meet the requirements. There's a lot of requirements that has to be completed, and it really is a specialized building. And the price is, it's expensive. Did you have any questions on public safety?
Well, not public safety, but just that committee that you wanna set up for municipal buildings, I think would be great. Cause we have, you know, if you look at the windows here, like we have a problem with water coming in. I know we need pointing on this building, you know. And we've been able to do some maintenance, like we have these nice floors now. But some things are a little out of what we can afford, so, you know, that committee would help a lot. I mean, even if it paid 50% or something, it would be like a half and half kind of thing, a share, it would be huge. Because the good thing is, you know, if we can keep this building maintained, it's an asset that maybe we can sell at some point.
Developers look at old buildings like this, and
Yeah.
have good bones, but we're doing it with a couple of older buildings in Ludlow right now that our school department used to be in, very
Yeah,
similar in
perfect.
style, older schools. They're looking at turning them into, housing is a big thing,
Mhm.
so developers like Wynn are looking at buildings like this that have good bones and are easily transferable, which can help offset to pay for other kind of projects that you do, but it's also a recruitment piece. You know, every community is struggling with hiring employees, whether it's public safety, police officers, people working. When you have a newer building, it becomes more attractive to recruiting people to, you know, get employed in public safety or getting employed by the town when you have a much more attractive building.
Yeah.
So we actually, thankfully to the town and the residents, they were able to vote some money in for us to be able to invest in building maintenance and upkeep on that. And that's something we gotta really keep on going, because it's really important. We've done a lot with the money that we've had. You know, we've done over floors, we've done quite a bit with it. We fixed electrical concerns because we had just exposed wires sticking out of walls and stuff. And it's like safety concerns like that we need to address. But all those things cost money for electricians to do, and if we don't have a budget that we can pick out of, that's a concern. And thankfully, the residents gave us a little bit of money to be able to work with something like that and do that. But again, we have much more expensive items, because again, with the windows, a window project in this building is, Mr. Dusty, how many windows?
100
Okay,
windows in here.
so Mr. Dusty does our maintenance and janitorial services for the municipal buildings, so he's very familiar with the buildings and stuff. And we have very extensive conversations many times, and he's an advocate of supporting the buildings and making sure the maintenance is done, and we love him for that. He's passionate, and, he does an amazing job with it. We were able to do some of the maintenance in here. We were able to get, TVs due to ARPA to help with, doing the Zoom and expand our outreach to the community more. So that funds help. But again, just like the school, a public safety complex is gonna be a giant expense, and anything you can do to help us with that and help out communities, because we're not the only one here. There's several communities. And
I
when I
got
was talking.
HVAC issues in my town hall in Ludlow right now that are a couple $1 million. And, people are getting sick because of the mold, and, it's not
Well,
good.
we had the old town hall, which the police department's currently in right now. And after going through that and getting quotes and everything, a starting line is $10 million to repair the building. Okay, because there's asbestos, lead, mold, all kinds of stuff. And then it's a very old building. There's structural issues with the building. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that, at that point, it becomes too cost burdensome. Representative Smola, come on down, sir. How you doing,
We're just
sir?
having fun. Don't worry, I took all the education questions, you're good.
How you doing tonight?
Very good.
So we've been talking about some of the concerns in the community. We're talking about the school budget and how we need assistance with that. The schools, again, coming to us, looking at $1.3 million above minimum contribution from Warren. And we're talking about how that's extremely, it's a burden to the town, because we just can't afford it with a majority of the community living below the poverty level. It's a hard thing to do. And then now we're talking about public safety complexes, and, he's been awesome. He said he's gonna build one next week for us. Just kidding.
I'll leave, I'm all set.
He's got it.
That's fine, I got it.
Just kidding on that. But again, a lot of communities within the district, we're not the only one. We need money to do these things. It's an extremely expensive project to do. So we're looking at if we can get support on maybe a bill or something in Gobi's bill that she's doing to help with that. Again, you've seen the building that they're in. You know what we're talking about. We can't keep them in there much longer, and it's becoming extremely difficult to find a temporary location for them, and we're trying. We can't just evict the police department and throw them on the street and say, find a place. There's a box over there in the street, go move into that. We have to build them something, or have something for them to move into to conduct operations. And because Warren doesn't have a lot of commercial property that's available to do something like that, that would meet the requirements, it's very difficult. So we have to go the way of a public safety complex to give them what they need. But again, we're looking at $10+ million for a project like that, to be able to build something to accommodate them. So that's basically where we left off at that point, pretty much, to that point.
I had just a question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned feasibility studies to take
Yes.
a look at kind of, what the lay of the land is. Where are you at on the feasibility study?
Mr. Farrar?
So we got a grant from Community Compact, and it's going out to bid in the next couple of weeks.
Got it.
So ultimately, what will happen is you're gonna get the assessment back from that, and then you'll kind of have a lay of the land in terms
Right.
of needs and where you need to go. And that will certainly be of value to us in terms of how we can take that information and plug it into anything that may exist in the state or really doesn't exist. The challenge we have in Massachusetts is that we set aside resources when it comes to things like libraries, schools, right? There's set aside programs for construction and for refurbishment. We don't do that for public safety complexes like police departments and fire departments presently. There's some opportunities that are being discussed right now, even through legislative initiatives. And we love that idea, especially the senator and I coming from rural part of the Commonwealth where the need is probably greater than in other parts of the state. So we'll work with you on that. And I think that assessment will be of great value to us as we try and plot what the future's gonna look like. I don't think I think we have to be open-minded about the approach though, because you know what your needs are and you know the challenges that you have now. So,
Absolutely.
a large-scale project in figuring out that can happen with the same level of immediacy as some people might want is
It's,
probably not realistic
it's
or practical.
many years in the making, we understand that. The chief, both of them, they're very understanding about that too, but we have to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
We can't keep on kicking this can down the street and hope somebody's gonna take care of it for us. We have to go get it and make this happen, and this is what we're doing. Feasibility study, we made commitments to both the chiefs that we're gonna see this through, and hopefully us, we're all here for a very long time, that we can see this through. But we're pushing hard on this. Again, you know, we got a police department that's pretty much homeless. And we gotta do something, you know. In the next few years, you know, we're talking about the next, I'd like to say, hopefully, the next 7 years, we could do something like this. I'm not talking 20, 30 years down the line, because that's too long. You know, we gotta set goals. So we're trying for the next 7 years to make this happen. If we can get it done sooner, amazing. We've excelled in what we were accomplishing. If it takes longer, we understand, but at least we're moving forward to that goal. And I know you guys have been awesome so far, and thank you for all your support. And it would be great to have your support on this too, as you guys have just committed to. Thank you very much for that. Did you have any questions about?
No.
Okay, Mr. Police?
I just want to re-mention, you know, we are very concerned about the police department. The building inspector said that they can't be there a year ago or more.
Yeah.
I mean, we just, you know, have to do something about it. What the building inspector calls a temporary solution, it's 7 months, as from the building point of view. So it's not, and we, you know, if we rent trailers, it's going to be as expensive as well.
If you
They're
can
very,
find a trail.
they're very
Yes.
expensive.
So we are kind of like, our hands are, you know, we feel bad about it. The situation, it's getting, you know, it's not getting out of control, but we do have to do something about it.
Well, look, I would frame it this way. Be thinking about all of those predicaments that the town could potentially be in. So as you move forward and you do the assessment and you're going to get all that information, be prepared for the next shoe that might drop, whatever that shoe might be. You already know the challenges that you have with the building that's there. What would you do if that shoe dropped tomorrow and you had to make an aggressive decision and figure out where our police department is gonna go? It would probably be helpful to have some contingencies prepared for that. You know, the what-if type, yeah, knock on wood. I
Don't
get that.
curse us here.
I don't wanna curse you, and
You know,
hopefully that doesn't happen.
Every day I pray
No.
that that building's still standing and these guys are safe.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a firm believer in prayer. I do it every day, but sometimes, you know, beyond the prayer, we've got to be practical. So we have to be prepared for whatever may come. And those are discussions that we can have with you in terms of trying to figure out what your path of a plan is going to be. And I would love to say that there's going to be a state resource and boom, it'll be here tomorrow, but we like to be upfront with people and not give them any false hope that something is going to come to fruition. We're actively working on a number of different things. For the territory that Senator Oliveira and I represent, we're classified as a rural part of the Commonwealth. And just to bring up one thing, I spoke to your interim superintendent today, and our soon-to-be new superintendent, Mr. Duff, talking about the rural aid formula in Massachusetts. So that's something that is very specific to our territory. And as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts moved forward with initiatives on gateway cities, we did the Student Opportunity Act, we found that rural school districts, rural communities were missing out on something. And we have far more challenges here than people do in other parts of the state. And the Commonwealth has to be mindful of that, especially when the legislature works on initiatives that bring back resources to communities. So that's something that we're looking at right now as we go through the budget process. We just started our budget hearing process, so we had our initial kickoff this week where the governor came to testify before the Committee on Ways and Means. We're gonna go back to our original plan, which was prior to the pandemic. We did a road show across Massachusetts. So we had about 7 or 8 different public hearings. We will go to Fitchburg, we'll go to UMass, we'll go to Gloucester, we'll go all over the Commonwealth, and we will talk about different large sections of the budget, whether it be education, local aid, public safety. We'll hear from the secretaries, from the administration officials, and then we'll hear from regular folks. We'll hear from municipal officials about the big priorities that they have. And what we do with all that information is we come back, it helps us craft our budgets in the House and the Senate, and it also helps to drive the debate when we debate the budget, which will happen at the end of April for the House, and then it'll happen the following month in the Senate. So all of these issues that impact us uniquely in our territory, like the rural school aid, is something that we will focus on and try to make the best case we can, so that it brings you back more resources to your municipality.
Very good. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah.
Did you have any more questions about what we've talked about so far?
No.
I'm good, sir.
Mr. Farrar? Chief,
I think you hit all the points there.
you wanna come up?
Chief, what?
You're out in the back there.
That's where I'm my seat back then.
Deserved.
I think you hit all the points that you were saying. If I sitting here right now and what terrorist wiring was, I wouldn't, a year ago, would have never known that was. But building a police station, you learn all these things. Or that the lobby is supposed to blow up, not into the building. And that's all what goes into the cost of the building. That's why they cost so much. And you hit a point too. The last few years haven't been kind to law enforcement. Hiring's been, Mr. Ferraro will tell you, I mean, our hiring, people leave. You used to have 10 people apply for a job, you have 1. The bigger cities that had 70, 80 people applying for a job have 10. People aren't coming into this field. With the regulations through post, that also plays an effect into the building. These just regulations that the town will have to meet when we look at that building and building.
And that's the thing, it's very specific to this type of complex. And, you know, we understand that there's certain things for safety, securing prisoners, evidence collection, protecting evidence, officer safety, protection of administrative personnel within the building to make sure the public can't just get to them, communications requirements, backup generators. There's a whole large span of things that are required for a public safety complex, and that's needed for that. And that's just police stuff. Then you got fire. You need whole area, wash areas for equipment, storage areas for vehicles. You know, you need turnout gear. You know, lockers, special lockers that you can put turnout gear in. Ways to clean out turnout gear. Air purification and filter. You know, bottle filling for their SCBAs, the bottles that they carry on their backs. There's a lot of requirements that are needed inside these buildings. That's what makes them so expensive, and that's what makes it so difficult for a community like ours to do something like that, because we have to meet those requirements. We can't just say, we're gonna throw you in a ranch, a split-level ranch, and that's your police station now, and you know, you guys are
Granby
good.
in my district for quite a while was in a split
I laughed when
level
you
Yeah.
said it.
before they built.
Well, I
it.
guarantee if they
Almost
move
30
out of
years.
that, they ain't going back into
30
it.
years since renovated.
What's the
last time.
building, 130?
I was involved in a police station project in Palmer, which was where I served on the Board of Selectmen. And it took us a few tries before we actually got approval for it.
Yeah.
But that project was pre-post. And I remember how challenging that was when the regulations were much easier than they are now. So this is a heavy lift, there's no question about it.
Having to get certifications and.
Yep, it's a lot, it's a lot. To meet the compliance with all the standards that are in place in the Commonwealth is a tough thing to do. I just wanna add one thing that the chief mentioned, and I think, you know, in the Commonwealth, we are accustomed to seeing employment in peaks and valleys. As an example, one year we may be short teachers, and we need to go out and figure out where we're gonna get teachers in our school systems, and then the next year it may be nurses, and the next year it may be factory workers. Right now, and I think you can all attest to this because you're even having this challenge in municipal government, we're having a challenge with employment everywhere. Everybody is looking for people to come through the doors and to keep their businesses moving, whether it's municipal government, whether it's public safety, whether it's fire departments, you know, from stem to stern, we need people. And that's one of the big challenges that the Senator and I are trying to work on as well with our colleagues in the legislature, is to figure out how we tackle this massive employment problem. Because it's not just about recruiting people to come in, it's also about retaining them. And municipalities invest a lot of time, energy, and resources on employees to go for certifications, to go for trainings, and then come to find out in short periods of time, folks head off for a better opportunity. And that's also a cost on a municipality's back as well. So that's one of the things that is very much in the focus of the legislature this year, to try and figure out how we're gonna deal with this employment challenge. Because also for us in the rural part of the state, it's a bigger problem. It's harder to get from point A to point B where we live. We don't have all the transportation resources that other people do in different parts of the state. So we've got a lot of things that are on our plate right now, but we're laser-like focused on trying to figure out how we get through them.
Well, that was one of the things we had to address last year, because we're having such a problem, not just recruiting people, but maintaining them. Because we were a training facility, basically. The police department was training the guys, and they were leaving for a higher paying job.
Yes.
So we had to adjust the pay scales. Thank God the town voted to approve those pay scales, and we were able to pay the police officers and a lot of the municipal employees more money to be competitive with other communities. It's not trying to pay somebody more to make them rich, it's trying to keep competitive.
Yeah.
And we raise our rates, well then West Brookfield or another town says, oh geez, now I'm having a hard time, we're gonna have to raise ours now. And it becomes this bidding war to get qualified people, and police officers, fire department, DPW guys, these are all unique certifications. You know what we were going through to get a chief wastewater operator in the community. That's a job, if somebody wants a job, you could pretty much go anywhere with that thing, you know, if you get those certifications, because those people are needed. Nobody wants to do it. And there's so many certifications to have to do that job. You can't just put somebody in and say, you're our guy. They have to be certified for that. And nobody's gonna come to your community unless you can pay them. And, you know, I see how it becomes a problem for all communities, because now we're all bidding against each other.
Yeah.
Because we're competing for the few people that wanna do those jobs, and we're always trying to raise up, and then the taxes have to go up to pay for that, just for us to maintain and meet requirements, you know, because then we get fined by DPW if it's wastewater, you know, police department, they can't meet the shifts, so now they have to put on overtime, now their overtime budget kills us, fire department, same thing, DPW guys, same thing, you know, the workforce just isn't there. And same thing with volunteerism. We had, back in the day, people would volunteer for stuff all the time. Yeah, I'll help you out. You know, I could do that. I'll sign up for that. I'll put my name on that committee. Now, nobody wants to sign up for anything. Nobody wants to help. And it's getting more and more difficult to do that. You know, Chief Lavoie did an amazing job with starting to recruit out of the high school by bringing a junior firefighter program into the high school. That has actually been turning to an advantage to us now, because we actually have two of the cadets on the fire department that actually became firefighters for us.
The EMT schools.
And they went to EMT.
Right.
So through that program, and I think having these educational programs in the schools, you know, being able to develop those kids and show these are options, and these are noble fields. These are fields that you know, you can do. Not everybody's gonna be an engineer, not everybody's a doctor or a lawyer. Somebody has to drive a fire truck and save people. And if we can get the right people in there to do that at a younger age, that helps the community. So that's something we've been doing in our community. I don't know if you could help that within other communities. I know Chief Lavoie's been getting a lot of calls from other towns about this program, so he's been helping out with that too.
A couple of regional, just wanted to mention on the workforce challenges, we're at a competitive disadvantage just where we're located in the Commonwealth because we have an aging population.
Yes.
So when you look at the Boston area, the statistic that we use is the over 16 actively looking for work or working population. It's in the Boston area about 65%. In nationwide, it's 63%. In basically the 5 counties west of Worcester County, and then the 4 Western Mass counties that are out there, that is at 60%. So even those small percentage points impacts the ability to recruit folks in our region because of the aging nature of our population. You know, you mentioned the kind of the homegrown program that the Chief Lavoie is working on right now. These types of apprenticeship and internship programs, way that the state can stimulate those to encourage that more, to build in basically the farm team of people that can have a job right when they graduate and get the training they need is essential, but it goes beyond that. You know, even when you're going out to be, you know, in just about every profession, there's a professional licensure process with that. In Massachusetts, it's very cumbersome right now. I'm working with somebody who's a nurse who's moving from California, moved to Massachusetts. They've been waiting 8 months to get their license and they already have a job lined up and they can't practice right now. So expediting and streamlining the licensure process, regardless of the profession, is something that we're very interested in right now because it's delaying the ability of people actually going into the workforce.
So with that, the nursing program, our school has an amazing nursing program.
You need them.
So, and that works because they actually come out of school, out of high school, with a the ability to work as a, was it? CNN, certified
CNN.
nursing assistant.
My daughter went through the first nursing program at Quabog, and it was great value to her. And look, the senator's 1,000% correct. Kudos to Quabog for the programs that they've brought on board, whether it's partnering with the chief and the fire department on the fire services, the nursing program. They do phlebotomy now at Quabog, which is outstanding program. And actually, God bless the teacher that teaches that program because she is the volunteer stick pin for the students.
I was just gonna say, don't be asking for requests on
Yeah.
that.
They're asking us to come in, but I'm squeamish, you know, to come and actually see the program demo. But what we've seen from Quabog when they establish these programs, when they bring in Chapter 74 type programs, the commodity that you have in getting some sort of training. You know, we talk to students all the time. The philosophy that we had at one point was everybody's going to go to college. Everybody's going to get a four-year degree, and that's the wrong advice that we've been giving. And we have to recognize and identify the disciplines that people may be interested in, you know, as young students, and try to make sure that we support them in every way we can as soon as possible. If you come out of your school system as a graduating senior and you can have a certificate or some sort of experience, it puts you on a quicker path to be able to follow a career that you might be legitimately interested in and then can ultimately pursue for the rest of your life. So we've been listening to a number of discussions from folks in the healthcare field. We were just at Bay State legislative function last week to talk about the challenges that they're having and how we can try and help. We were talking about the fact that high schools and colleges are feeder programs to get people into these professions, and if we can train them at a younger age and spark some interest, it makes a big difference for the workforce. So Quabog's doing great things, and they've actually got a couple of other programs that are on the horizon. So I think they're light years above a lot of other school systems, and they're very forward thinking, which is something that we should be proud of.
So with that said, those programs work. They help out a lot. We don't have anything for the police for that anymore though. We used to, back in the day, we used to have a lot of educational programs for kind of like educating kick the kids on what a police officer does in the career field and stuff and doing different things. Those seem to have been going away in the past few years. Can you give us a background on that, Chief? As far as
I don't know of anything in the school, maybe an Explorer program?
well, the Explorer programs, and then also was it the McGruff Crime Dog,
Oh, I
and
know
all
what you're
that.
saying, like Dare.
All those
Dare,
Dare,
yeah.
all those programs, they seem to have gone away, and they're non-funded anymore. They're
It's
just
funny you say that, because they're just little things like the fire hats Adam has. There's grants from the state that give them money to pay for that stuff. There's nothing law enforcement wise for that, for us to buy stickers or little pencils or anything like that.
Well, it's not lost on us, and you made reference to a chief about, law enforcement has got a pretty bad rap in recent years. And, I think that, the Commonwealth also has to demonstrate the fact that when, in the arena of law enforcement, our municipality should have a great level of respect, and we should be training and preparing our students for that relationship that they have with the folks that we rely on every single day. And, it's something that we can work on in the school system. If the school system is interested in doing some sort of a partnership, we can help to work on that. We think it's a great idea. The Fire Academy proved what a great success. Now, when it first started, the assumption being, hey, everybody's gonna go out and, be certified as a firefighter and come back and it's gonna be great. I don't think that was what we thought it was going to start as. It was going to grow over time, and we were going to foster it. And Chief LaVoy can tell you about the success that it's had. I was
extremely successful.
It's extremely
Yeah.
successful. They had a great burn demo. Did we do that last year, Chief? I don't know if he's still here.
They had to run out.
So we did a great burn demo there that brought, kids together. I was talking to some of the kids, and they were telling me about how they wanted to pursue a career in firefighting. Now, we didn't have that the first year that we started the program, but that program was fostered through some assistance with the state. So the school came to us, they partnered with the town, they partnered with the legislature, we got them some seed money, and then the program was able to grow, and it's extremely successful. So those are the types of things that we will work with you on, to try and see if we can plant the seed and have some success there.
I would love to have on the law enforcement, and, the rep mentioned the fire academy that's on there. I took an amazing tour of the state police academy that's only about 20 minutes away. When I went in there, it was a point of pride to leave there that we have something right in our backyard that we can show. If we can bring students there, kids that are in middle school and kids that are in high school, as a way that you can show, the pride that you have in this profession, and also know the coursework that you're going into it, and the de-escalation practices that they're working on, and the level of respect that people have for the profession. I think that's a great way for kids to see it. If I was in, elementary school or middle school or high school on there, and I saw a program like the State Police Academy that's on there, it probably would have spurred some more interest in going into law enforcement. But, a lot of these facilities have been shut down for security purposes and during the pandemic. Opening them up more to people, especially children, to see can kind of spur some of that understanding of what actually goes into the profession now.
Well, even having local police is an element. I know our police officers get into our schools, they see the students, they have their days where, you go in, you high five the police officer going through the hallway. They do things like that, but they don't have anything, like a little badge.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, junior police officer, here you go, thanks for helping out, or whatever. They don't get any money for that stuff.
It's at the end of the year, if you have money left in the budget, you can buy some stickers.
Yeah. So, it'd be nice to get some support to help them out, to get that career field out there, because it's a noble field, and people just aren't going into it because of all the bad propaganda about it. And unfortunately, kids in some communities are being trained to hate police officers, and that's not the way it should be. There should be a level of respect, and knowing that they can be safe around a police officer. The police officer's there to help them and protect them, and not to fear them. I think that's a bad rap that they're really getting, and it'd be nice if we can get some assistance for educational programs to help with that type of thing. And I think that would help a lot in our future too, because I think our country's really kind of going a bad path. We're demonizing the police so much, it gets to a point where that's what really these younger kids believe in.
Yeah, I think that when we see these national issues that blow up on the front page of the newspaper and they're on the top of the 6 o'clock news, that society has a tendency to throw everybody into that same category. And the relationship that we have in our rural communities with our police departments is so different than that which is conveyed by others in other parts of the country. So it's a different mindset, it's a different mentality, it's a different type of relationship. very contrary to a lot of the criticism that law enforcement gets on a national level.
Come on, look at him. He looks cuddly.
He knows what he's doing.
Trust me, one or two people in our profession really paint us all bad.
Maybe more like 3 or 4.
I understand.
I will say, on behalf of the police department and the fire department, they have such a positive presence in the school system, and they have strong relationships with the staff, the administration, and the students. So, as often as we go into the schools for various things, it's not uncommon where we run into a member of the police department or the fire department, whether they're up there for some program or interacting with students. And that visibility makes a big difference on perception that students have, I think, towards law enforcement and firefighters. So, job well done on that part.
Great. Did you have anything else to add, Chief?
No, I don't think so. I covered lunch.
It's your opportunity.
I know, right?
Less is more, Chief.
You have anything?
Well, I'll just say in general, like with employment, Jake, you had mentioned the semiconductor thing, right? Either research and develop or manufacturing. Okay, so R&D might stay out near MIT and Harvard, but the manufacturing, out here, if we could get something like that, that would be awesome, whether it's in Palmer or West Brookfield or Warren, but in this area. So please, as those things come up, think about, this part of the state, well, I mean, you're in this part of the state, but try and convince everybody else that
Sure.
placing something like that in this area would be great. And we're not that far from Boston, so I understand people in manufacturing want to talk to R&D, but we're an hour away, right? It's not like we're in Texas where, you're 6 hours away from somebody else maybe. So having that kind of facility in an area like this would be a huge boon.
And just remember, we have an empty mill building that we can fill up with that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
That's right along a rail route, so.
So we have apple orchards, dairy farms, we have a beautiful area, low traffic, at least for right now. If you bring in something like that, we'll get a little more traffic, but still, it's an attractive place to be and have a good job, So
Quality of life issues.
Quality-
Springfield don't need any more of that stuff. We need the economy
Yeah, don't go
here.
that far. Stop and
Well,
look.
I mean, my big thing is when we looked at the state when they invested in biotech a little over a decade ago, most of that biotech happened, that growth and employment happened in Kendall Square, and we didn't share in that benefit of it. And so as we're looking to new emerging technologies or emerging areas where we want to invest in, where there are federal dollars or state dollars being put towards it, there needs to be regional equity with it. We can't have everything focused in on Kendall Square in Boston. We need to have our natural strengths that we have here in Western Massachusetts, which is our manufacturing base, but also our intellectual base with the colleges and universities, and the proximity that we are on transportation routes and where we're located. It's an attractive place to be. I mean, Warren, is known already for incredible manufacturing with Warren pumps right now and development. Expanding that and making sure people know about it as an attractive place to work and settle and grow these emerging technologies is so important.
That's where we need somebody's support, so when somebody says, hey, we're looking for a location for a new factory, well, Warren's pretty desirable for you. Why don't you head over there and check that place out?
Also, East-West Rail, which seems to be getting more momentum, the governor seems to be behind it, so, and
Palmer stuff.
that's coming,
Yep.
it's coming through Palmer, it's coming through Warren,
Yep.
That would be awesome.
So the governor testified before Ways and Means on Tuesday of this week, and I think it's very clear from a couple of things. Number one, the budget that she put out, but number two, what she said about equity in Western Massachusetts. I think she has identified that in the rural part of the Commonwealth, there really does need to be a focus. So when she released her budget and we saw the investment for Pittsfield track improvement as well as station design in Palmer, you're not talking about Western Mass, you're talking about very specific places where they saw the value of making the investment. So the
Yeah.
East-West Rail Commission is meeting now. We're approaching our third and fourth hearing, which is gonna come up in the next couple of weeks. We're working towards a final report that's gonna be submitted to DOT and the legislature. And then we have to collectively work with the administration on what the next steps are for a plan on East-West Rail. But I can't stress enough how much time the governor spent on talking about this regional equity issue. And the transportation was a real big thing. When we talk to our local municipalities and we talk to different organizations, the big barrier that we still have in our part of the state is getting from point A to point B. And we don't have the option of going to the corner and hopping on the bus or the T or the tram or the train or the whatever to get an Uber, right? That's not easy for our rural territory either. So basically, you need a car in our region of the state to get where you need to go. As much as we've shifted so many different things to a virtual platform, you still gotta go and see a doctor in most cases in person. You gotta go pick up your prescriptions. You gotta go to the grocery store to do your shopping. That was so clearly evident during the pandemic when, the senator and I were making grocery runs for people that were shut in that couldn't get out. We were trying to get resources to them because they were stuck in the rural part of the state. They couldn't get what they needed. So I think the administration's identified that early on. I think we've had some really good early discussions with them. I think the budget demonstrates that there is a commitment on that level. And so as we continue to promote towns like Warren for their attractiveness, and we trade off a lot of things that other people, we always talk to people in the eastern part of the state, they don't have the trees and the backyards and the open space that we have. We treasure that in our part of the state, and we look at it through a different set of eyes too. So it's a commodity that we want to hold, but at the same time, we need to see our region grow. So it's going to be a careful balance of those things.
It's a quality of life conversation as well, When the rep talked about, the open trees, the open space, your bang for your dollar out here is a lot greater than a lot of other places, not just in Massachusetts, but across the country right now. So we need to capitalize on some of our, the benefits that we have. Quality of life, that's what people are looking for. Young people are looking to go to a place where they can, go out to eat, go to a bar, see a show in a quick amount of time, those types of things. And if we improve the quality of life, schools we talked about quite a bit, that's another attractive piece. But if we continue to kind of get the word out there about what we're doing, the benefits that we have for attracting, not just families but businesses to locate here is the potential is we're right on the cusp of that. And that goes for the transportation infrastructure that we're talking about right now. Todd, the rep sitting on the West East Rail Commission and the work that's going to be guided through that. But it's a whole series of infrastructure that's going to be benefiting from that, including right here, right through the town of Warren. So.
Do you have any other questions?
Not really a question, but I feel very, very grateful that you guys are here tonight. This conversation has been very helpful for us, for everybody. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I really appreciate, your having your presence here tonight.
We work as a great team together, so anything that we do on behalf of the town is as a team. And the opportunity to come and communicate with you. Jim has been great in terms of communication. We've had an excellent relationship with him. We've talked about a number of town issues and been involved in a number of initiatives. Trying to bring some new initiatives even to the town if the opportunity works out. So having that good open relationship, I think, makes a big difference. So.
It's also a benefit to have Rep. Smola here. He is the dean of this region. It's hard to believe, but
He's always been good to us.
he is.
You said 2 decades, right?
Nearly 2
He
decades.
doesn't, he looks
Yeah,
so
nearly 2
young.
decades.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll give you the $5 later.
Mr. Ferrari, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to both to the rep and senator for always coming out and always getting right back to me on returning my calls. I really appreciate it, and you guys have been a great friend of Warren.
The public, anybody have any questions? Mr. Condrat?
Joe Conrad, resident town. Even though I know Mr. Small lives a quarter mile from here, maybe these gentlemen could invite the governor to come out and see Warren, see the potential that is here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that would be great. That would be, just having her here would be a major advantage. And really, West Warren Mills, I think there are six empty mills. Route 9 is 4 miles that way, you got 67. Route 20 is 7 miles that way. This is the place to be.
Crossroads. Well, I appreciate those comments. And Warren is no stranger to governors. We had Governor Baker out here when the Baker administration was here, we had the lieutenant governor here, so, we'll extend the invitation to the governor, we'll get her here, no problem. I can't promise you it's gonna happen in the next couple of weeks.
She's going to Springfield with her whole
Busy.
cabinet
Yeah, so
tomorrow,
she
but-
got a team, that's right, cause they've got big goings on
Maybe
there,
some
but.
guys would have-
Yeah, I was gonna say, on the way.
She's on the pike.
Yeah.
You know, I will say, that in the short time that has been governor, of course, we have a relationship with her because she was Attorney General in Massachusetts. She's always been very communicative with us, very open, very willing to move around the Commonwealth. I have no doubt that if we extend an invitation to her, she'll come out.
And she understands also the unique role of the aging mills that we have. So her first actual Western Mass visit was to my hometown of Ludlow, that she made, I think like 4 or 5 days after she was sworn in as governor. She came and toured what we're doing in our mills right now, and I said, it's not just unique to Ludlow. There are mills that dot the riverways all throughout western and central Massachusetts. That's what brought my family here, that's where my family worked, that's where Todd's family worked. There's so much a part of it. So understanding, the wider concept of how mills, when you breathe new life in them, can really revitalize a community and grow it. She's understanding because we're not gonna let her forget it.
And Senator Oliveira hasn't mentioned this, but it should not be lost on, if you look at a mill project that has been successful in western Massachusetts, take a look at what he's been involved with in the Ludlow mills.
Yeah.
The investment that's been made and the energy and the enthusiasm that he's worked with others on to make it successful has been awesome. So if anybody's got a good track record on mill improvement, it's Senator Oliveira.
It's taken a long time,
Yep,
trust me.
it does.
Our clock tower, which in Ludlow, which is our town symbol, hasn't worked my entire lifetime. It's been sitting empty, a lot of those mills for a while, so it does take time.
Yeah.
It does.
But there's housing there now.
There's housing,
some industry
there's-
there now.
there's
Great brewery.
Yeah, brewery.
Spend a little bit
That's
too
all
much
really
time.
like to have a little brewery there.
You know, I will also say this, so a number of years ago, we had the state team out here to do a mill tour of the region. They stopped in Warren, so they were at Wrights. I will say, by comparison to other mills in other towns in western Massachusetts, the Wrights Mill is in extremely good condition. It's
Yeah.
very, very difficult for proprietors of mills to keep them up to a degree where they may even be semi-attractive for somebody to come in and look at it with some sort of interest for the future. Our mills are in really, really good condition here, and so that, I think, is a commodity in and of itself. Now it's a question of trying to figure out the investment and how to turn them around. The other challenge we have with the mills in West Warren is that they're so darn big. They are huge.
They are huge.
Now,
When you
mills
go
are-
through those mills.
Yeah. Now mills obviously are all big, and of course, the reason we are our mill region is because of our great water resources, right? That's why all these mills popped up in small communities. The mills became their own communities. But we, in West Warren, we have one of the big mega mills, and I was just absolutely flabbergasted to go in there and see the size of it from the inside. You drive by it a million times, and you're like, boy, this is a big place, and then you see its floor space on the inside, and it's like, whoa. So, it's a big lift, there's no doubt about it, but if we can do some conversion there and try and get some attractive, multifunctional use, I think would be beneficial, so.
I mean,
It's
it was-
beautiful seeing the levee too, with the water going over the
Yes.
levee.
Yeah.
and, You know,
You can't trade that,
I'll say like, with me, I worked at Harvard News for 37 years. I was the one to put the lights out in my department.
Oh, wow.
When Mr. Persky was renovating that, he put $1 million into the mill. So all that new building you see along the river, that's the old Harvard News.
Right.
I remember he actually put in a different type of elevator. We used to have elevators, you pull the cord, you go to a different floor. He put one that was a piston fed. And say like, when Harvard News closed, Wrights closed within a month.
Yeah.
At their peak, in all the mills in West Warren, there were 2,000 breadwinners. Because I remember, even back in the 1960s, buses would bring people there in the morning before they went to pick up kids for school. After school was out, the buses would go back to take people. They went to Palmer, Ware, all the Brookfields. Everybody didn't live in town, but the town had other businesses because go out at lunchtime, or you might walk by a store, well, go into the store, see what's there. You need to walk by shoppers to keep the stores open. We have housing in town. More than once, I've seen houses in town go for $50,000. You can buy a 6-room house for 50 grand, they can buy it. Try to do that in Boston.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't buy a shed for 60 grand.
No.
Yeah. That's
So-
even, and that's the
Yeah.
truth too.
I know.
I mean, when it comes to woods, I've been to David's house. That's in the woods.
I like my privacy. So, thank you very much, Mr. Conrad. Anybody else have any questions or anything? Yes, sir.
A quick comment, it's backing up a little bit. I
Just
wanna-
identify yourself.
Ray Quebeco, resident, Warren. Just to reemphasize and express appreciation, your comment about the regulation for going back to the schools. It's not just a funding problem, it all comes back to funding. But you said, I can't remember your exact words, but
I can't either.
to the effect of just kind of keeping tabs on DESI, because the overregulation
Yeah.
that happens, and not just DESI, but any regulatory body, the nature of it is like the blob that just keeps getting bigger and never stops. It's the nature of regulatory agencies. So I appreciate that, and I just wanted to encourage you to remember to keep mindful of that regulatory component, because when I do, whether I attend or watch the school budget meetings, not the school budget, but the school committee meetings, there's always a comment about DESI. Every single meeting.
Oh, it's the best punching bag.
It-
It really
Yeah,
is.
and it doesn't get lamented in the meeting, but to me, I pick up on this undertone of, we're not really taking care of kids here, we're taking care of regulators. And so I just appreciate those comments,
Mhm.
and I'll also echo what's been said many times. I really appreciate you guys being here, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else have any questions? Anybody, Angie? No, just WCT 12? Okay, great. So thank you very much for all those questions. I think the last thing I have is infrastructure. And this is where Jeremy, who's been sitting back there patiently, who's our DPW surveyor, our highway surveyor.
Jeremy, come on down.
Come on up here, Jeremy.
Made a seat for you right next to
Oh, thanks, bud.
Here's your opportunity now, too. So one of the big things in our community is infrastructure and degrading infrastructure within the community. Whether it's water lines, gas lines, sewer lines, roads. We have all kinds of challenges in rural communities. Beavers being a particular one. You don't really have that problem in some of the cities.
I had that,
But-
especially in Belchertown. I'm
Yeah.
at war with the beaver community, washed out a road because a state agency didn't maintain a body of water,
Yeah.
and then it breached from the beaver damming coming up and washed out an entire road, and almost took out about 4 or 5 different houses.
Yeah, we've had that too.
You saw on the other side of the road.
We're well aware.
Yeah.
So our infrastructure, again, major investments. Jeremy has been doing an amazing job with our roads in the community and doing the best he can. Since he's taken the job, it's getting so much better, and our roads are cleaner, our town's cleaner, doing a great job. But we need more money, like everything else. You know, you guys are the money guys for us. Our community can't buy some of these big item things. You know, he needs heavy equipment to be able to do some of these projects. One of the things that we've done, and Jeremy's taken it on and run with it, is we've transferred parks and cemetery responsibilities for dealing with their roads, their groundskeeping and everything over to our highway department. They've been doing an amazing job with it. It has been very successful within our community by having them do it, because there's no sense in having equipment for them, equipment for, parks, and then equipment for highway, when highway can do it all They just need a little manpower to run the equipment. So that's been very successful in our community. Again, there's a lot of stuff. We really have to nitpick what we're doing in projects, getting grants, Chapter 90 funds. And he's been doing a great job. Mr. Ferrara's been helping him with a lot of stuff and doing a great job with this stuff. But we have roads that have been completely washed out because of beavers. Again, it's very difficult to get rid of beavers. They build and build and build and build and build and build. And then it comes to a crash with all that water, and it's always uphill coming down to everything else. So they do a lot of damage, and it's on state property. So it's very difficult to get rid of that, those animals, or maintain them. Jeremy's established more of a program to handle the beavers, but it's still a constant battle. You know? Well, it'd be nice to be able to recruit the beavers to do the safety complex, because they probably have it done in a month. You know? Yeah, we'll feed them. But, you know, there's a lot of infrastructure issues within the communities. We just had meetings with CSX because of the bridge going down into our town common. It's in dire need of a lot of repairs. CSX, Mr. Ferrara worked miracles and actually got us in contact with representatives for CSX, which we met with.
Not easy to do.
Not easy to do.
I have to give credit to Congressman Neal's office.
He's wonderful with communication and federal.
So we met with them, and they were very informative. We picked their minds about a lot of things, and they explained processes to us about how we can get things done and manage those things in the future. And they're gonna be sending some engineers down here to review the bridge and look at it, and hopefully during the construction season, do some repairs for that. But we also have to, they won't paint the bridge. CSX will not paint bridges, and it's rusting away. They said we could do it, they would give us permission, but again, that's something else in our community that we would have to fund now, is to put that in a maintenance program to paint that. We also have a levee in our system, the levee by the mill complex, which is actually a part of the mill complex. It's actually built into the mill complex. It drains the water through the floor of the mill complex, which is kind of unique.
Is that a municipal responsibility, or is that?
It is.
Okay.
The Corps of Engineers built it, and once they
That's
had
not
it,
exactly it, but yeah.
Yeah.
they built it. Well, then they handed it over to the town about 20 years ago. We didn't know. We didn't know we had responsibility for that until they told us. Well, the problem with it is it's out of compliance. So if there's a breach on our levee, they will not cover the repair costs or the damage. The town will have to foot that bill. So if the levee breaches, okay, and sends a lot of water downstream really fast into other communities, that's a big problem for us.
Has there been an assessment on that?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you know what the cost is, by any chance?
I don't know that they gave us a cost
No,
per se,
there
right?
wasn't a
They just
cost.
They
have a
said
bunch of
It was
items.
a huge
This is your work
checklist.
you need to do.
Yeah,
Huge checklist.
And a lot of it is, because we didn't know we were supposed to be doing it, none of it was ever done, because the town wasn't even aware we owned it.
Is that a prioritizable list that could be an earmark for anybody?
Some items are easy by having sandbags, you know, there's a checklist, because we have to have sandbags, an OEM manual states that we have to have so many sandbags in a container close to there, sand to put in them, pickaxes and shovels. That checks off a box for us. So that's something that's easy to do and get funding for. But there's other inspections of the levee, repairs of the sides of the levee, because it doesn't start, that's just one part of it, that waterfall. It actually spans all the way around and through. And we have to maintain all that, with vegetation and everything, and we can't spray it with chemicals, it has to be manually cut. We don't have the equipment and the people to do that, because it's at steep inclines, you know, to do that. So that's gonna be a big thing for us to do. And it's something we have to do, because if we have a problem with that levee and we're not within compliance, Corps of Engineers, it's your problem, it's the town's problem.
So I have been involved with dam, projects before. I can tell you they're super unbelievably expensive, like mega, only because they're so old, the infrastructure there, and in order to repair them and fix them is not like an easy process. So it'd probably be helpful to us if we can have an idea of what are we talking about in terms of its maintenance, what will be most beneficial. State resources for dam repair are limited, I know that already, and we have so many of them that the competition for limited funds is fierce. And, you know, it's almost like the bang for the buck that you get. You talk, in some cases, you're talking about millions of dollars worth of repairs for a single dam, and we got them everywhere. Now, the state goes around and they do inspections of these periodically. I don't know the last time they did. Maybe we'll huddle with you and get some info on that. That'll be helpful.
Yeah, the Army Corps does their inspections, which they're struggling like a lot of agencies for funding, and they wanna cut their funding so they can't do on-property inspections and meet with the town and stuff, so their resources are becoming more limited as we're learning more about it. We need them more,
Yep.
and they're less available.
Yeah, they don't have the.
So it's a struggle that we're starting to find.
Yeah, it was kind of, again, it was a very much a surprise to us, because we started getting in communication with the Corps of Engineers, and when they turned around and told us we owned it, we're like, what? No, it's you guys' property. And they're like, no, Warren owns it. So that, again, unexpected.
Yep, sure.
So now that's an infrastructure thing we have to deal with, that also affects all the communities downstream from us.
Oh, sure.
Because a release of that water all of a sudden could be a pretty nasty situation for a lot of communities.
We have an aging infrastructure issue in Massachusetts, and I think we're all conscious of it. Certainly, you're more conscious of it at the local level because you deal with them on a daily basis. I think typically what we do, where we focus for resources, especially when we're talking about roads and local municipal bridges, we try to do that through the Chapter 90 formula, because what it does is it gives you flexibility. It gives you the opportunity to say, here's additional amount of dollars, you guys go figure out how you're gonna spend it, because you know it better than we do. When we've tried to target infrastructure dollars, and we'll do that again, by the way, for specific things, and we'll have an economic development bill that's gonna come up this term at some point. Don't know what the parameters of that are gonna be yet, because it's a little bit too early, but when we focus on specific things, specific legislative initiatives, and I'll make this up hypothetically, bridges as an example. In one municipality where the investment on a bridge may be a really good idea, and the municipality next door is exactly what they don't need. They need it on their road infrastructure, as an example. So what we try to do is, when we look at these funding formulas, we look at the big ticket ones like Chapter 70, Chapter 90, the ones that are going to give you that ability to be able to use it as you see fit in kind of the confines of a particular category. There's a proposal to send more Chapter 90 money back to local municipalities. You know, that will wind its way through the legislative process. But I do think we all recognize the fact that more money is going to go back to cities and towns. The question is whether or not it does. And one of the worst things that we can do is throw you a lot of money but not be able to sustain that over time. That's the worst thing the state can do. As much as quick hit investment infusion of money down to local municipalities is helpful, if you can't maintain it, right, if you can't see that regular flow of money coming back in, then it becomes harder for you to figure out, how am I gonna spend this money for the next year? And a lot of people do capital maintenance plans on their roads and their infrastructure in general, but it's tough to keep up with that if you don't know that funding source is gonna keep coming back. So we try to be consistent as much as we can. We don't always get you what you want, but we try to be as consistent as possible so that it's something that you can expect. And Chapter 90 is one of those formulas where you have this expectation that you get it every year at a certain level. I think one of our focuses is to try and work on building that up.
Increasing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
greasing it up, and then you could say, thanks for the additional money, I'm gonna go figure out that I need to buy a new truck, or I need to pave more, additional mileage of road, or to do whatever. The other thing that you'll look at, or the other vehicles, mechanisms that we have, are large-scale bills, like an economic development bill, housing infrastructure bill, environmental bill. These are bills that we basically set aside that we can bond up to a certain limit in the Commonwealth. So it's basically like a grocery list. We have a bonding capacity in the Commonwealth. We focus on a particular area that we feel there should be an investment made. We take that bill, we put items in it that we think should be potential for investment. They don't all get funded though, because we only have X amount of dollars and only a limited bond capacity. So we may have a $500 million bond capacity, but we may have earmarked $1 billion worth of projects. The reason we have to do that is because we need projects that are ready to go. So as we float those bonds and we decide to go up to that limit, we need projects in the pipeline ready to go, and that's a vehicle that we use for local municipalities to help as well. But the problem with bond bills is there's no guarantee that money is gonna come back to you, because we may not get to your project. So we earmark things in bond bills sparingly for municipalities, because we don't wanna give municipalities false hope that it's guaranteed money. It is true, though, that municipalities that do more homework on the things that they're looking to get accomplished
Right.
is of value. So if we go out and we solicit a local municipality, and we say, well, what are you looking for? And you say, oh, we'd like a new truck. Oh, we'd like, more money to fix the bridge road. But if it's as simple as that, but we don't have the homework behind it, we don't have the assessment, we don't know what the value is placed on it, we don't have an idea of what it costs in order to fix it, it becomes harder to get that funded through another vehicle like a bond bill when they're about to tee it up on the list. So as much information as you can provide us is gonna be beneficial to our pursuit on your behalf.
We got a good guy for that.
Yeah.
And that's why I think like feasibility studies, we can point to something to show this community has this already teed up, it's ready to go, it's shovel ready, they've done the assessment, all they need is the money at this point, and that's what's essential when we're talking about these larger ticket bills, like an economic development bond bill or an environmental, which, a dam could fall under both of these types of things. On the point that the rep made about chapter 90, it's absolutely correct in the flexibility. The other big thing is the timing of that, especially when we have a very short road repair season. As you get to a rural community, making sure that those dollars get to the communities in a timely fashion, so you're not waiting 2 or 3 months into the season and then you're back up into the fall. That's been a major issue as well when it comes to the release of those dollars.
What I also encourage municipalities, not just municipalities, but colleagues too, when we're talking about budget requests, temper your expectations. Recognize the fact that as desirable as it is to use a state vehicle to get a state mechanism to get a police station, to get a town hall, to get a whatever, recognize the fact that within that bond capacity, if you're looking for $10 million and you want to earmark it in a legislative initiative, don't forget the Commonwealth has to assess all these things. So the Commonwealth could do 20 projects at $500,000 that are requested versus one project for $10 million, right? The Commonwealth has to see the value in the investment of where it's going and be practical about it as well. That doesn't mean that you can't get a big ticket item, but it becomes more challenging as the number goes up. So be realistic when you're trying to pursue something on the state side. The reasonable stuff. I often talk to colleagues when they're coming in and they're saying, boy, what's the thing that I should be asking for in the budget this year? And I say, be reasonable with your request, something that is achievable, attainable, and not something that is so far out of reach that somebody's going to be scared by the sticker shock of it or the price tag. The Commonwealth typically likes to leverage the dollars it spends on the investment that a municipality makes. In other words, skin in the game, right? When a municipality says, you know what, we're investing X amount of dollars for this project, we just need a few more bucks to get us over the limit, right? That gives us the ability to go back and say, the town is already invested in this initiative. They just can't quite get over the hump. to use some of the money that we've earmarked for school programs at Quabog as an example, whether it be the nursing program, the firefighters program, right? We had state money in those programs, but we didn't foot the entire bill, right? We went to the state and we said, the school is investing in this initiative, it's a really good program, we get kids that are signed up for it, they're ready to go. State saw the value in that, they saw that the school system had skin in the game, the school system made investment, we were able to bring resources back. So it's also about how, you know, you manage your approach to this, and certainly we can help with that, but practicality is helpful along the journey.
Look, again, with regards to a public safety complex.
Recording in progress.
We get booted already?
No, no. No, we're good.
So regards to a public safety complex, it'd be great to get $10 million from the state to help us out. But again, realistically, anything helps.
Sure.
And it's less than we have to request or get, you know, borrow against to get or save. We've already been saving, so we got some money saved up. You know, as far as our, what was it again?
Free cash or stabilization?
Stabilization.
Capital stabilization, yeah.
So we got that, we got some cash in there, and first time we were able to really do that, and have that money available. And we hope that continues to grow, because again, we have to have money in hand to be able to do this, and invest in our future for something like that. You know, we have to be able to help ourselves. We don't expect the state to do it all for us, or the federal government to do it for us. We gotta be able to do it for our community, but it's nice to get help too, because it is a large project.
I do wanna just mention one more thing, and to prepare at the local level for, in the last few years, as we've watched these pots of money come from the federal government, CARES Act, ESSER money, a whole host of different initiatives, that money ain't coming back. So, and I will say that Massachusetts, by comparison to every other state in the country, Massachusetts has a really, really good track record of managing our money. We sock it away safely, we have a high bond rating, we have been able to weather the storm of the pandemic far better than other states have. We haven't had to make as drastic decisions as other places have made, and that's because we manage our money extremely effectively. But I do feel that as we continue to move forward, as we see the rising costs, inflation coming around in a lot of different categories, we want to be braced for a cliff effect that might be happening. And I'm not trying to bring the doom and gloom, because I think the investment that we're going to make in local aid, especially from the governor's budget at this early stage, is a positive one. The numbers look really good. Some of these larger bills that are going to be coming around for economic development and other initiatives, those are going to be positive, I believe. But brace yourselves for the fact that all of these financial resources that we've been so dependent upon for the last few years, they're just not going to be coming back around. And I think it's going to put a fear factor into a lot of folks that were so dependent upon that additional money, and they did X, Y, and Z in their budgets with. So just be prepared for that. And, we've had more than a few people come around and say, you know, when's the next round of ESSER money or CARES Act money? And I don't think it's coming. We would embrace it if it came. I just don't know if it's going to be coming. So.
And we also have to look at what we're taking in. I mentioned how April is such a bellwether for our tax collections. You know, January, February, March, and you know this better than anybody else, being the ranking member of Ways and Means. But, you know, April is a real bellwether. And, you know, we've seen in the past, you know, when economic times go bad, first thing that usually goes away are any type of local projects that were submitted.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the first thing that disappears. First thing to be cut, if a governor comes in and they have to make 9 seat cuts mid-year, those are the first programs that go.
Yeah, so 1,000% correct. You said it perfectly. As our revenue benchmarks in Massachusetts have been really good, we are exceeding our expectations, which is great. We've been doing that for a while. We had a couple of hiccups along the way, but not too many over the period of the last few years. So we are taking in a lot of resources, but as you know, everything is more expensive to run. And, you know, there's a cost that comes with that. And, you know, Massachusetts, the only state that has a statewide health insurance program. Nobody has done what Massachusetts has done. We invest a heck of a lot of money in it. We've got in the high 90s in terms of coverage for people for healthcare. It's the most expensive wallet buster for people in the Commonwealth. But we saw the need to invest in it. Education that we were talking about before. We know that the schools need more money. But you know, Massachusetts is #1 in the nation for education on just about every qualifying benchmark that we look at. We have held that title and nobody's come close to us. Why? Because we've got a very high investment in education in Massachusetts. Now, that doesn't mean we're perfect in education. We know we have problems, right? And that's why we've worked on the formula. That's why we adopted the Student Opportunity Act. That's why we have looked at a component with rural aid, which we're gonna work to grow. So, you know, it's not a perfect system. We're working to tweak it. The Chapter 70 education formula, there's about 3 people in the whole state of Massachusetts that understand it. And if I laid that formula out for us here tonight, it would be longer than the length of this room. That's how complicated it is, right?
That's excellent.
Because over time, what Massachusetts, yeah, it's crazy. But what Massachusetts did over time was, we tried to hold people harmless. As we saw over the years, there was a problem with a component of the formula. We didn't necessarily deal with that issue because somebody would be at a disadvantage if we changed it. So we simply added to that formula. We added over time. And as a result of that, we had a very complicated formula. The Student Opportunity Act was trying on some level to bring the playing field, you know, on an equal frame. But it's gonna take us time in order to make that full adjustment. So our focus with laser-like precision is going to be on the challenges we have as a rural district, and to make sure that our school systems and our towns have the resources that they need. Because when we go in and we pitch our priorities, they're very different than many of our colleagues from other parts of the state. We're talking about totally different issues, totally different from the perspective of the constituents that we represent. And making sure that our colleagues understand that, that's one of the challenges that we have to face. So.
Thank you. Did you have any questions about
No, I have,
infrastructure or anything like that?
no, I have some final things when we're at the end.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Did you have
I'm good
anything?
for now.
Those are,
No,
Just keep more chapter 90 money coming, please.
Yes.
And programs like this past year, the RAP program.
Yes.
That's,
Yeah.
I have 2 projects lined up, we're ready to go as soon as the weather turns. They'll be, you know, I'm using RAP and chapter 90 together to complete a couple of projects, because there's just not enough money in one or the other. And then I have some other funds that we got through relief funds, through ARPA actually, for some devastation from a beaver breach, massive flooding, washed out several roads on us. We're involved in, we're now an MVP community, we're working towards that right now with CMRPC. You know, we have a lot of grant programs in mind, we're just starting to dive into, and just please keep the funds coming.
Got it.
Thank you very much. All right. Anybody from the public have any questions so far? No?
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
I just have a few things to throw out. Remote meetings, we've totally taken advantage. We're doing Zoom, we've got cable, we've got Facebook, and you extended that for another 2 years. It's huge.
Well, we haven't passed it yet. We
Okay.
passed both chambers.
Okay, all
We
right.
still need to resolve some differences, then it goes to the governor.
So
It's
yeah,
it's
so-
very important for us,
Yes.
and our cable people are now expanding this to all, you know, conservation, FinCom, Board of Health, it doesn't matter, all our meetings are gonna be out there, so that's huge. Again, manufacturing, any manufacturing we could get here would be awesome. The grants, the One Stop has been great, Green
Yes.
Communities, the MVP and action grants, that we're now qualified for, or we're soon to be.
We're just, yeah, we're in the final stages of that right now.
We've been working our butts off on all these grants, and
Yeah.
Jeremy's been doing a great job. And then the last thing I'll mention, just to think about, the closure of Mary Lane is still rippling through this community, and anything, you know, the building is still there. Maybe even if you could find somebody to throw an emergency room in, that's it, where they could at least treat the little things and then send everybody else, but it's been really hard on our police and our fire.
Our fire's response
response
times are doubling
Oh,
and
yeah.
tripling.
And then-
because
And
they
then
bring 'em over
Palmer's
and they get
just
stuck there.
overwhelmed, right? I mean,
My sister works that way. She's.
yeah, they can't, you know, they have trouble handling it, so.
So this is an issue obviously, that is very close to us. We've been
Yeah.
working on for a while. I will say that we have done a heck of a lot of work to try and get somebody into
Mm.
Mary Lane. We have cast the net far and wide. Mary Lane comes with challenges because of the configuration of the building, and eventually, basically it has to make a decision, and I think it's probably gonna be coming sooner than we think, regarding disposition of the property.
Yeah.
Whether it's removal of the building and, you know, either coming up with some sort of plan to redevelop or turn it back over to the town. Your point is not lost on us. Nobody was more upset about the closure of Mary Lane
Oh, yeah.
than the members of the legislative delegation. We were all
Yeah.
just very angry about it. It was dropped on us at the last minute.
Yeah.
And so we were discouraged about how that whole thing happened. We do wanna see somebody in there, but in all candor, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
I know.
Well, we're trying. We're
Yeah,
trying.
that's all we ask,
Yeah.
just try and see what's possible, right?
On the remote component, so the House and Senate have passed supplemental budgets. They have just appointed a conference committee today to negotiate the differences between the House and the Senate. I'm one of the budget conferees, right? So the remote meeting thing is very high on my radar screen. I'm
Mm.
hoping we can include that when we come up with the final version. There is also standalone legislation to make the remote option basically permanent, so it doesn't have to be an extension.
Okay.
And I think what we've learned over the pandemic is that even from our perspective on committee hearings, we love to see people in person, we love to interact with them in person. But when you've got a bill that comes up and you're having a hearing in Boston, and you've got somebody from Warren that wants to testify on it, it's not so easy to get in the car, drive across the Commonwealth, find a place to park, and get into the State House, sit through a 7-hour hearing to get your 3 minutes so that you can testify.
Yeah.
So I will say in our part of the state, we've heard positive feedback from people that have had the ability to participate in the process remotely. We even have the people doing that now through virtual opportunity with our Ways and Means hearings. They're not testifying, but they're watching them unfold.
Participation.
You couldn't do that before, which is a great thing. You had to be there in person. Now you can see it. So I think the mistake for the legislature would be to go to a completely virtual system. We've adopted a hybrid system, so
Yeah.
that you can come, if you wanna come in, you can testify
Yeah,
in person.
absolutely.
But remotely is a great option.
Mhm.
And I've heard from people that they love the fact that they can do it from their living room and they don't have to go through. It's actually discouraged people. It's discouraged people if you have to drive to Boston from testifying on bills.
Mm.
And you don't have to testify in person. You can submit written testimony to the senator and I, and we can submit it on your behalf. But we love it when people interact with the committee members.
Yeah.
You know, we love that you come before us and testify, and we can ask you questions about your perspective. It's an organic interaction that makes a huge difference in the process. So
Mhm.
the hybrid system, I hope we adopt it permanently.
And
Yeah.
it's not just for municipalities, it's also for all statewide boards and commissions.
Yes.
So for us here in Western Massachusetts, we lack a lot of participation in a lot of statewide boards that typically before the pandemic only met in Boston or in Malden or in other areas. So making sure that all state boards and commissions have a hybrid option also ensures that Western Mass can have representation from people, a wide swath of the public. Because if you were on, let's say we were attacking the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, you wanted to be part of that. Trying to get to Malden is actually worse than trying to get to Boston.
Yeah.
It really is. And, you know, and that limits the pool of people, but also limits the type of people that can participate in
Yeah.
these types of meetings. You know, if you have to spend your entire day traveling to a 2-hour meeting in Malden or in Quincy or another place where one of these state boards meets, it limits the amount of people who can actually participate to those that are independently wealthy, those that are retired, or those that have, you know, their own bosses, those types of things. Giving the ability for these statewide boards, that we have a lot of them in the state right now, where you can log on for 2 hours once a month. It broadens the ability for people in our region, but also the types of people we're gonna see on these boards.
Yeah, that's great.
So we actually had a unique experience our last meeting, which Zoom
Oh,
actually
my
aided
God,
quite a bit to us. It was a first for us, is we had a woman in our community who had a hearing disability. She was deaf, and we actually had a translator
Oh, excellent.
via Zoom.
Awesome.
And she was able to sit here in the meeting, and she was able to translate the meeting to her via Zoom. So that actually helped us a lot. and Mr. Ferrara was able to set that up, but we didn't know because there's such a need for sign language interpreters that it's very difficult for them to meet all those obligations, and if you have to do it in person, it's very difficult for them to get back and forth. So
Yeah.
having a virtual ability, it helped us so much, because she was able to make our meeting and do what she needed to do and satisfy our requirements by meeting the needs of the residents. So that worked out really well. So Zoom, you know, virtual in any way, it helps, you know, and it's not just accessibility, but it's people with disabilities that helps too, so. Okay, do you have anything else, sir?
No.
Less is more, sir.
I know, we're getting to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody from the community? Mr. Conrad?
You know, when it comes to Mary Lane, I was just thinking, with veterans, they usually have to go all the way up to Florence. Maybe it would be possible to have Mary Lane turned into, an outpatient surgery for veterans. Something to think about.
I mean, we fought hard to make sure that Leeds stayed open here in Western Mass. We are opening at the municipal level, in the town of Ludlow over the next couple of weeks, a veterans center. Because, you know, again, you know, we all have VSOs in our communities that do a tremendous job. The place that we're opening in Ludlow, that's right near the Mass Pike, is actually based on something that's up in Gardner right now. I think it's Gardner. I believe it's Gardner. But a one-stop center for veterans to go to help them process their paperwork instead of going to certain places. Is it, you know, as accessible as possible? No, but, you know, the way that we treat our veterans is something that it's a point of pride, I think, for us here in Massachusetts. We do an amazing job of actually trying to support them. So we're all ears on there about any ideas that you might have to make veteran services a little bit more accessible. Leeds is a far, you know, I had a 101-year-old uncle who was a wounded World War II veteran, and so we used to take him up to Leeds, and it was a hike to get up there, but most of the specialists were actually all the way down either in Newington, Connecticut, or in New Haven area. And so that added to kind of the accessibility challenges. You know, when you're in a gap or in a rural community, accessing some of the veterans benefits is kind of hard to do.
Well, I know with my father, he was also a World War II vet. And it was, maybe 30 years ago, that they allowed him to go to any hospital he wanted, and he went to Mary Lane. And granted, he died of a heart attack, but Mary Lane is 4 miles away. You know, it's that closeness for the thousands of veterans in this area.
It's a great idea.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else from the community? Jimmy, you have anything back there? From emergency management perspective?
Well, I was stewing on one thing, but.
What do you got, sir?
I'm Jim
Come
McKeon,
on up.
Emergency Management. So years ago, we lost all our Springfield and West news stations, which was pretty big, I think. Because all we get now is Boston news, and it would be so much better to kind of listen to what is coming from the West, you know, from weather to even what's happened over a couple towns over. You wake up in the morning, you hear Boston news, you hear nothing that happened 2 miles in Palmer, you know. Where you go over to Ware and Palmer, someone's house or whatever on the cable, you get 22, 40. It would be good to just to have at least one Springfield network.
Yeah. That was the number one thing
Yeah.
that I heard when I was knocking on doors in Warren last year, was the lack of Western Mass news stations. Through, it's Comcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the renegotiation?
We're in the process of doing it now. We discussed this with Comcast. Comcast informed us that they have nothing to do with it. That is a FCC it's how the FCC placed the community. And it would have to go to the FCC to switch that, and we're in the Worcester, Boston thing, because we are Worcester County. That is why. Even though we relate more to Western Mass, we are Central Mass. We are Worcester County, so that's why they put us into that category. And they said it's been brought up. I know Mr. Smola has been advocating for us on that one and fighting that issue. And it looks like FCC is pretty much firm on it.
Yeah, Jim, I wish I had good news for you on that one. We had a mega Royal Rumble with the feds about when that change was made. Mr. Chairman, you're 1,000% correct. That's where Warren at one time got serviced by Western Massachusetts stations when they looked at the delineation, because Warren is a Worcester County town, even though, again, we don't necessarily classify ourselves as Worcester County because we're on the border. They redrew their geographic designation, and they put Warren into the Worcester market, which then moved us into the Western Massachusetts stations. No doubt, it is the biggest issue that we heard from people on. I had the same challenge in Holland years ago, in a shift that it got for its regional territory. It was actually in the opposite direction, though. They were used to getting Boston baseball games and other Boston news, and then they got to switch it to Western Mass because they are a Hampden County town. So it's quite interesting that in this territory, the dynamic was exactly the opposite. I wish I could tell you that I thought we would have hope there. I don't know. We'll continue to pursue it. I don't know if they're going to budget it. The feds are hard on that. We even engaged members of the federal legislative delegation to help on it, but their hands are really tied, because what you're doing is once you don't have that geographic boundary, and again, they separated it by counties, then you're picking and choosing, right? So then you can have the discretion to say, well, we're going to move Warren here, but you know what? Maybe we're going to move this other Worcester County town that's on the border somewhere else, and maybe we'll do the same thing with Hampden County, and we'll do this, and so on it goes. If there was the flexibility when you negotiated your local contract to be able to make those decisions, we love that, because then you could choose kind of, your own future on it. Unfortunately, you don't have that.
Yeah, they pretty much told us that it's not even gonna be an option.
Yeah.
It's out of their ability to do. We did request, well, even though we're in Worcester County market in Boston, if we can get those as an additional add-on channel, if that's a way they can still provide those channels to us while keeping us in Boston. So, because a lot of people do like the Boston channels, they like those news stations. But we also, like you said, we're right there on that line, and we relate more towards the western side of the state. If they can provide us that, and they kind of, we'll look into it. We weren't confident that they would be able to do it.
The other reason I don't feel confident they will shift is because you're seeing more and more people every day cut the cable cord.
Yeah.
You're now seeing people are a la carte shoppers now when it comes to what they're watching. They're streaming their services, they're watching them through their computer. Like, you can get 22 News and News 40, the live updates if you log on.
Yeah.
But a lot of people now are getting rid of their cable packages, standard cable packages, because of the cost. It's prohibitive for a lot of people. You don't get the same access to channels because of our region. So they're going to the Hulu streamings of the world, and the YouTube TVs of the world, and I think you're going to see more and more of that happen as time goes on. I don't think it's going to move in the opposite
Comcast
direction.
said that they were going to be focusing more on their streaming services.
Yeah, I think you're eventually going to see that everything is going to probably be streamed at some point.
So the
That
problem
being
will
a
solve
problem.
itself,
Yeah.
essentially.
It will.
Yeah.
And all of these entities are looking at the platforms that they're accessible on. So their whole model of being able to provide service is changing. It's like literally changing every single day. That's how fast that market is. And I'm amazed at the number of people that will email me or call me and ask me about the appropriate streaming service that they should pay a monthly subscription to. Oh, is YouTube TV better than Hulu? And I'm like, you're reaching out to the state rep. That's pretty good. To figure out what TV you should watch.
Are you
I'm
doing
gonna reach
technical
out to my
support
rep.
now?
Yeah. Right. It's a legitimate concern because the price point for these plans is different depending upon what they offer. Some of them are, services that stream, but in addition to that, they have a database of accessible programming. And people are much more à la carte now than they ever were. You know, when I was young, I was happy that we had 20 channels, on TV. Now it's like, you can have 500 channels, but you only watch 3 of them. So the services are trying to be more consumer-based for those needs. And you're probably gonna see these platforms change like within the next few years, where you're gonna be able to literally pick and choose exactly what you want and pay for exactly the type of plan that best suits you and your family. So, yeah, Jim, it's a good point. I wish there was an answer for it.
Something to
You're
press in years
Well,
to come.
And not only that, but from an emergency management perspective, you wanna be plugged into the regional news stations, that are available, because it gives you the best information for where you live. So-
Cause like get back in 2011 when the tornado went through, it was right on Live 22. I remember watching around 4 o'clock. It went right across the river, and then it kept going through each town, so we knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, not too far from
all
here.
our resources.
I was on the Pike in Warren when that was going on. Yeah.
So was I.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I was actually debating whether or not to get off on Route 20 in Sturbridge in order to have a better place to turn off.
It's not far.
I was actually in Sturbridge as it was coming down
Wow.
through, and Sturbridge PD's like yelling at everybody, "Go that way, that way." And it's like, why? And I'm like, I didn't know what's going on. And then I find out they're watching the tornadoes coming right through, and they're like, go that way to get us away from the tornado. So
It's a serious situation.
that was,
Yeah.
hopefully we don't have a situation like that again.
Yeah.
And if it does, we have a building.
Yeah.
Mr. Condrat, 1 second. You had a question?
Yeah, I'm glad Jimmy brought this issue, because we all know that from Warren going to Palmer, there's no phone signal. So I think cable hasn't really disappeared
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because if we had all signal, it would be much easier to watch everything on your phone or on
I don't even
device.
have internet in my house, so
Oh my God.
you guys are way above me. I don't have that.
We ain't coming to your place.
Yeah, I'm like, I asked about that with Comcast if they run it up there, and yeah, that's not happening.
Not unless there's a big development going on.
Yeah, and that's not happening either.
So the connectivity issue for internet services, especially in those dead spots, is we've got a number of them in the territory. They're shrinking, which is good news, but they still exist. That stretch, as a matter of fact, I avoid that stretch when I'm planning out my day, because I spend a lot of time on the phone, hands-free, of course, in the car when I'm moving around the district. So that is a problem. In Warren, actually, we've approached over the years, our cellular services to try and see if there was a willingness to expand access. But as, I don't have to tell anybody here, what they do is it's a formula, right? They look at what the investment's going to be, how many people, what the coverage area is, and whether it's economically viable. So all of that goes into where towers end up and the necessity for the level of service. I think too, though, that and your point is 1,000% correct. And I think as time goes on, you are going to see where technology shifts, where those dead spots are gonna be taken up in a much more affordable way, where you're not gonna have to make this mega investment in a tower to expand the cell coverage. There's gonna be other, more simplistic ways to do it. I don't think we're quite there yet. Also, they're trying to maximize the customers that they have for the level of service that they provide. So all of that is baked into the formula that they're trying to work out, so.
I have dead zones in Chicopee, Springfield, densely populated areas in my district. I know exactly where they are and I avoid them. And I say, I'm gonna lose you for 25 seconds. I know exactly where they are. And they are in urban centers, they are in suburban centers, and they're in rural centers right now. So true.
Anything else?
That's it.
Madeline?
No, I was just,
You were raising your hand back there earlier?
yeah, I did, but Madeline Witosick, I was just going to say, about the 22 news, maybe, and I know it's probably a mood issue, but I just figured I'd say, now that the state has redistricted Warren basically to Western Mass. Like the Senate wasn't before, the Senate was in Worcester, So technically, we're not covered by a Worcester County, you're not Worcester County. Oh, you do have Worcester?
I have two Worcester
Right.
County towns in
But the
Massachusetts.
majority of the towns,
Yeah.
even though our title is Worcester County, technically, we're represented by Worcester, Mass. for our legislature when you redistricted.
The FCC doesn't really.
Oh, no, I know.
recognize us, that's the
Well,
problem.
Hey, it was just
I like- I
something
like
a
the way
little
you're thinking.
different, you know?
Yeah, Warren residents, interestingly enough, because we're on the cusp, so in my seven-town district, I actually have 3 counties. I go Worcester County, Hampden County, and Hampshire County, so I get brought into a lot of different things that may be county-specific, but I'm on the exterior of all those counties, so they crack right in sort of the center. But Warren people are interesting because a number of them do split in both directions. A number of our constituency goes to Harrington Hospital for their medical treatment, but a great number of constituents used to go to Mary Lane, or now they go to Wayne. So even for services that they, as much as we classify ourselves as Western Massachusetts, we have a healthy mix, and it's probably more pro-Western Mass. We do have a healthy mix of people that move in the Worcester direction as well, and you guys probably see that too when you deal with people. So, yeah, we're like right in that little spot where it's, I always say, you're not coming to Warren unless you're coming to Warren,
Yeah.
right? And it's true, right? Because, you know, you have the main thoroughfares that pass above us and below us. You have 67 that kind of goes through the heart of our community. But, you know, at one time, because of the mega water resources, there was a lot of people here because they kept our factories and our mills going, right? So that model has changed a little bit and makes the challenges a little bit greater. So we have to focus our attention in different ways.
I used to pass through Warren all the time, and so when I worked at Worcester State, with traffic on the pike, I'd actually pass through Warren in order to get to Worcester State the roundabout way, particularly, you know, during high volume seasons of '84, when you're getting stuck on the pike. So, you know, Warren, I got a familiarity with Warren well before, just because it brought me here because it was a crossroad to get there on the far end of Worcester, so.
Great community too,
It is.
you know?
Yeah.
Mr. Conrad, you have something else?
Okay. Warren's area code is 413, which is Western Mass.
Ah.
Yeah. And see, it's the only one in Worcester County, because everything else is 867.
511.
Yeah, wait. Well, now, when it comes to the tornado, I was closer than you. I was working at Polymer Injection in Munson when that tornado went through downtown Munson. From our lunchroom, we actually watched it climbing the hill.
That's a view.
You haven't done anything until you put 2 entire shifts in a room a third as big as this.
Right.
And actually had a pregnant woman come in. We had 1 chair in the cellar. Give her the chair, and I'm saying to myself, oh geez, I hope she don't go into labor, because my CPR is rusty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conrad. Speaking of CPR, we got AEDs in the buildings now. For
You better
grants.
not need those when she's going into labor either.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, so, nobody on Zoom? Still? Well, we have Carrie. Carrie, did you have anything? No? All right. Thank you very much. Nope. Carrie, were you speaking?
I don't have anything, I was just responding to you, so.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming and meeting with us. We really appreciate it. It means a lot to us in our community. And thank you for all the help you guys do provide. Todd, you're part of our family here. You've always been amazing to us. And Jake, again, you know, welcome to our community. And we know you're gonna do great things for us, and we look forward to all you can achieve here in the future and for our community too. And anything you need from us, we're here for you too. It goes 2 ways. So if you need something from us, just call. We're there for you too.
I appreciate that. As you can tell, I'm learning a lot.
Yeah.
You're a very wise man. We've had many in-depth conversations about.
I think I've said this before, I was sorry to lose Senator Goby, because she was a great partner for Warren, she's very actively involved, but I have as much faith in Senator Oliveira. As you know, we were colleagues in the House of Representatives prior to him coming to the Senate, so we've formulated a relationship, it's been a wonderful partnership, and I'm excited that he's here in Warren. He's gonna continue to do great things in this community as he has in his whole district, so, we're a good team, so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you. Take care. Thanks.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Always a pleasure.
Happy to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Take care.
You said 10 more months to go.
We'll get there by morning.
Thanks a lot.
That's nice.
We're trying to get,
But still.
we're actually in the year 2000 now. Someday we may get to.
Well, you haven't been in the State House, there's still.
Well, we're working on it. We're
Yeah.
progress.
Thanks. Good one, thanks for the
So my next question is,
Anything
you guys
I
know
did.
which they did.
Oh, no, it was just a different idea.
I'm in the tiny bladder club.
All right.
So let's take a 5-minute break, meet back up at 8:30, and we'll get the rest of the agenda here.
Defer some of these till next time.
I think we can make some progress real quick. Again, you know, again, thank you very much for, you know, Senator Oliveira and Representative Smola. They were awesome, as they usually are for our community. But we're gonna move on now, and to item, well, technically item 1. And it's discussion and possible vote to allow the highway surveyor to deficit spend in the snow and ice removal account number 001-423 for purpose of purchasing salt and sand for snow plowing operations and for the paving of snow plowing operations, or paying for snow plowing operations, sorry. So, what do you got for us?
It's an expensive year right now. Salt prices are way up, fuel prices are up, those are the things that drew on us the most. And even our, vendors, everything's expensive. We've had 19 storms over 27 days. It hasn't seemed like much of a winter, but there has been a lot of ice. And ice takes a lot of material to melt it. I can melt 3 inches of snow at the same amount, it melts about 1/8 of an inch of ice. So, or if you have sleet, it's even worse. So I've been trying to be as good as possible, but yet keep our roads clear as much as possible during the storms. Guys have been working hard. Had some big, long storms as well. Just the last storm alone, we had, actually 2 storms. It was almost $6,000 for overtime just in the last week. So, $3,000 every time we treat the town. Every time the trucks roll out the door full of salt, it's $3,000. And sometimes it's 2 or 3 times during one event. So obviously when you're spending $10,000, $12,000 in some events, it doesn't take too many events to spend $130,000. And that's where we're at, pretty close to zero. And I need to make some more orders coming up. We have more storms in the forecast, and I just don't want to be stuck in a spot where I can't keep going. So, and that's where it comes to you guys. Just give me permission to keep going, and I'll keep it going.
So unfortunately, we do have some more storms coming up. Spring's right around the corner, but winter's not letting us go. We're getting a late winter, unfortunately, and again, we have several inches coming in the next few days. Again, this is a safety issue because we still gotta maintain the roads so people can get to work and get to emergency rooms if they need to and operate safely on our roads. So this is definitely, in my eyes, a must-do. Because again, we gotta keep roads open, transportation going within our community. So, do you guys have any questions?
No.
Motion?
Motion.
Do you have anything to add?
Jeremy, about how much are you anticipating? Do you have an estimate?
Virtually impossible. I mean, I'm gonna order another, as soon as tomorrow.
So what do you have? You have
Tomorrow,
about two
I have-
storms in stock?
Yeah, if I used both my salt and sand stockpile, I have sand salt 50-50 mix, and we also have pure salt. If I used both piles completely, I could get through 2 events.
Two
Saying
storms.
they're not huge, but I'm gonna put 100 tons more in the salt shed, which will take care, that's roughly $8,000, which will take care of hopefully, a couple more.
So you're looking at deficit spending
Yeah.
shy of 12,000?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna ballpark you somewhere between 10 and 20,000 by the time the winter's over. And let's just say it ends within the next couple weeks.
And what was last year's amount?
We were 45,000 over last year.
Okay, so we're gonna be lower this year?
Yes.
Well, a lot lower, right?
Yes, as long as, last year winter ended right now. This year it's not.
But it was more aggressive last year?
Yes.
A lot more storms?
Yes, we had 27 storms last year, spread out over 41 days. So we're at 27 days with 19 events. But the cost right now is about 25% higher than it was last year to do the same exact job. So that's, and when I ran the numbers, I was like, we're really we went over last year on May 1st. That's when I had to do the same thing, which was a week ago. But the number of storms we had to what we spent, we're literally right on that same pace. So if the cost didn't go up, I wouldn't be here. So we'd have enough for probably another 4 or 5 events, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So, and next year the projections are higher. So they're basically telling me now, you know, prepare yourself for $85, $90 a ton for salt next year.
Can you buy ahead? Does it last?
So I could buy as much as I want at this year's rate. We could fill the shed right now.
Yeah.
And I could say, we're gonna fill the shed and we're gonna save $5 to $10 a ton. But we're also asking, if to fill the shed, you're looking at 400 tons. So that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I mean, rather not. Let's hope next year's a mild winter with less ice. But I think we live in New England.
Yeah.
We're gonna get what we're gonna get. So.
All right. Do you have anything else, Mr. Farrell?
No.
Do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay. Again, we gotta keep the roads open, again, safety concerns. You know, let's do a motion.
All right, so I'll make a motion to allow the highway surveyor to deficit spend in the snow and ice removal account number 001-423 for the purpose of purchasing salt, sand, and for snow plowing.
Second.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. You are approved, sir. And again, do your diligence to keep it to a minimum.
You know I will.
Tell Mother Nature to stop.
Literally, I want warm weather more than anyone here. Because I have to stay up all night when this happens, which there's been a lot of those lately. I'm
Thank you
tired
very
to
much.
bed for the evening, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Review of possible proposed draft for a request for proposals RFP for the Wrights Mill Recovery Master Plan Project. That is the next thing on our agenda. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the board tonight is a completed RFP package. I'd like to get out there for the EDA grant that the town was a recipient of in the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration. The town was a recipient of a grant for the federal government will pay up to $280,000 with the town of Warren contributing up to $70,000. This will solicit for proposals for the Wrights Mills Master Recovery Plan. This is in line with the scope that was applied for the grant. It has to look at all of the infrastructure around the Wrights Mills complex, to allow for a master plan to come together for government agencies and private partners to methodically calculate and manage risk of infrastructure modernization, including roads, bridges, water, broadband, and power around the complex and some of the spin-off of that. This is what the town was a recipient of, as you know, and this is the seeking of proposals to solicit information, to have a professional, licensed professionals conduct this master recovery plan.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, not after.
Stan?
Yeah, just have to look at it.
Okay.
This is the first time we're seeing it, so.
Do you want more time to table, or do you wanna?
Well, I can't make a decision now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just bringing it up
We
to say
just
here it
review it.
is.
Yeah, whenever you guys are done with, looking at it, you really can't change too much of it because of what the scope is what the grant was approved for.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's fine, to
Um,
be able to read through it.
So we'll review,
I'd like to see if we can possibly
next
get it
agenda.
out, for the next agenda.
Okay,
so we'll have this on the next agenda, we'll review. If we have any questions or anything, we'll get with you individually, and ask those questions. And we'll put it for a possible vote for the next agenda.
For the 16th.
Yep. Are you good with that, Mr. Belize?
Yes, sir.
I won't be here next week, is that okay?
No.
Well, if you had any issues, we could talk offline.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you don't need 3 votes,
No, only 2.
2?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, just checking. I want
We
to
got
feel
you, we
important
got you.
sometimes.
You are important.
Oh, thank you.
You're all important. And special. Okay, so moving on to item 3. Vote to accept the health benefit and trust wellness grant from the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association in the amount of $1,800.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there was a application that I submitted a few weeks ago for the wellness program from Maya. It's a grant that's available, has been available in the past as well. This year, the grant, we were able to gear towards something employee-related for the wellness and the benefits of our employees. I know that since I've started here, there's been discussions of trying to get some better equipment for the employee break room, such as a new fridge, some new microwave, maybe a new toaster. So this grant would allow for the upfit of a new break room. So the town was a recipient of $1,800 based on doing some research and finding some prices and different things. We would be able to get those items bought with the grant to cover it.
Good. And this is gonna buy a new refrigerator, toaster oven, whatever,
Microwave, yeah.
microwave. Good, you good? You have any questions?
No?
You don't wanna just say, no, they don't need it, or?
No,
No, they need it.
they need it, and it's free to us.
Yeah, great,
What the heck?
grants, love them.
Less is more.
Thank you, sir. Motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the Health Benefit and Trust Wellness Grant from the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Agent Association in the amount of $1,800.
Second.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Let's get that refrigerator in there.
Sounds good, thank you.
All right. Item 4, continued discussion of the town's cyber liability renewal application and possible vote to amend the town's existing agreement with Northeast IT to reflect compliance with new insurance requirements. Mr. Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As we've been talking about the EDR endpoint detection for new cyber liability insurance requirement is gonna go effective July 1. Okay, it's going to cause us to having to adjust our current agreement with Northeast IT in anticipation for that. So the costs of the agreement, although I've been trying to get a finalized agreement with them, I've been making calls back and forth this week with them, I was unsuccessful of reaching Rick from Northeast IT. My goal is to get that for you by the end of this week, hopefully tomorrow, where we're gonna have to add that into our coverage, as well as, we've also put aside money to upgrade our sonic wall. We did that at the special, so we're gonna be signing up for that, and at the same time, there's also gonna be a cost associated with getting some of these computers that do not support Windows 7, right now, I mean, they're on Windows 7, but won't support Windows 11. So we have to upgrade those. They have a rough email that they had sent me a few days ago that was like somewhere around, they can get a refurbished units for some of these at $5.99 a piece. You know, we're gonna have to maybe try to see what we have in the budget, see what is made available, to see if we can get some of these units in there. Some of the units are, you know, are gonna go into either the parks or the cemetery, or even the fire chief as well, to get them updated in the current units that they have, and to get them onto our system. They're not currently onto our server system. So that is going to cost some additional money, and will need to be done. I'm hoping, I'd like to get this all done into this one contract and have the EDR start on July 1. I don't have a formal contract here, but we're just gonna have to add that to the existing contract, as well as also putting those additional workstations on our plan. They're not currently on our plan. So I don't have a document to bring before you this evening, but if you were to give me the authorization to add those onto the current plan, it wouldn't change the current plan, it would just be to add those. And therefore, we would also have to have them sign off on our application for our cybersecurity, because we do not have, they won't sign off on our cybersecurity application until we commit to EDR.
Okay, so you just want authority to add those on the plan
Right.
and no financial,
Well, it's going to change the monthly
well, we don't have a
fee.
number yet.
Correct.
Do you wanna wait till next week till you have the number?
Well, I'm hoping to get this to you by the end of this week, you know, and maybe if I can speak with you individually. You know, it is a critical point to get this application done, because the application has to be done by the 15th for the cybersecurity. So it's gonna take some, you know, some quick maneuvering, but I think we can get it done.
I'm okay with giving them the authority.
What are you looking at as far as price, any estimate?
I would have to estimate, I think was
This is for
rough.
EDR?
Yeah. Rough estimate was the new total monthly, $3,300, about $3,300. We're at $2,200 right now.
So you're actually adding another $1,100.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's for, you know,
But that's
adding,
protecting all of our devices.
that's for adding the EDR. The EDR is about $512 a month, just for EDR. You have to add the new devices onto our system that are currently not on the system.
Yeah.
You have devices that are running that are not protected, so we have to get them on the system to
Okay.
get them to protected.
So I'm good with that, but if it goes up to excessive amount, just brief us.
I'll let you know.
Thank you. Motion? You
All right.
good?
Yeah, it's such a simple thing in protocol to be able to work.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we could look into other solutions, but it's not gonna save that much.
Like I had mentioned before, I mean, you can certainly go out to bid for a new IT provider if the town would like to do that, and see what better pricing we
That
can
doesn't
get.
take care of it right now.
Right.
We still
Yeah,
gotta do
that's-
something now.
You know, unfortunately, I think we bite the bullet and just do
Yeah.
this now, and then let's think about chopping this around.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, you know, we have to upgrade and make changes here and there. And, you know, right now, Northeast IT's been pretty good with us and stuff and about it, so. But in the future, we're just gonna have to look at somebody that's, maybe somebody can give a better price for us. So if you're good,
I'm good.
you ready?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to give the town administrator the authority to modify the existing agreement with Northeast IT to reflect new computers, EDR, and whatever other changes need to be made.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. You're all
Thank you.
set, sir. Again, major changes, let us know.
Sure.
Review the emergency management monthly report. Sir, you're up. You've been waiting so patiently.
Yes. Jim McKeon, Emergency Management Director. I got the January and February report, I put them together. Wasn't too much in January that we did. Winter really didn't start much. There was a couple windy events and stuff, but we tested our sirens. The end of the month, we started our CERT training review, which we're going through each unit. Even the members that were with us for years, we're just doing a full review. We have an instructor that comes in, doing it one lesson at a time, and there's about 8 lessons. Then we did some organizing in our green storage container out back. Then I got into February with our extreme cold blast there for one day. Our temperatures went down to -17, wind chills -15. Basically, everything was pretty frozen for about 24 hours. We had a warming center. Basically, no one needed it, but we had it all ready to go, staffed. That was from 8 AM to 4 PM on that Saturday, 4th. Then the next day, the temperature started to rise, actually got up to the 40s. That's one of the most record temperature changes in like 50 or 60 years. He said so. Luckily, we didn't have no pipes burst or nothing either, because it usually, the water leaks usually happens. Then February came, test those sirens again, anything wrong over there. And on February 9th, it was MVA first pedestrian on South Street.
That's motor vehicle accident.
Yeah, motor vehicle accident. Road had to be closed for a few hours for investigations. We used our signs and stuff. The 11th, we helped out at the school with their craft fair, giving them some signs and parking, help assistance. Then we had another, February 21, we had our second CERT training, 4 members. And then February 24th, we had a windy conditions that caused some trees down, mainly the pine trees. Those are that given us the most problems this year. We had Brookfield Road up by Rogers Farm closed for a while. There's a tree on the wires. It was one of the main routes through that side of town. A lot of people cut through Brookfield to get to Brookfield. Then 26th, we helped the school out again with their cheerleader competition, parking some buses and with spectators. Then quick update on the grants. We got our 22 EMPG emergency management grant back. That's to purchase the hand tools that are going to go with the trailers that have been just actually they finally came in.
So that's dedicated for the levy system in West
Yeah,
Warren.
one trailer is going to be dedicated to all the hand tools, and then the second trailer we can have for using moving stuff around.
And restoring that trailer at the highway department?
Yes, a town property, they'll be, ready to work with, Jim to get them registered and.
That'll help check off a box on that list.
Yes. Yeah, and then when they do the inspections, if you have to move the trailer there to have them look at it, or whatever. Probably just gonna end up putting, like, I was thinking, just a town seal on them, instead of lettering them, just a town warrants seal. That's pretty much all I have for right now. Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. Have you heard anything from West Brookfield about, mutual aid and assistance and working together?
I have not heard anything. I don't know if anyone on the board has heard anything. I could kinda check back.
There was a group that was gonna meet, right? After-
Yeah.
We never had no meetings yet. I haven't heard anything set up. I know time's moving along here too. It happened.
If you could reach out to them, Scott, open up that communication, because sometimes we have to take initiative, and it seems like our town
Yeah.
has to take that first step sometimes to get things going, so just
See
reach
what I
out to
can
them.
do. Open up some more meetings or something.
Let us know if you need anything, because we can start communicating too. Thank you. All right. Discussion and possible changes to the personnel bylaws. Mr. Farrar.
These are just some general changes that Selectman Iacker had been working on, and had talked about. You know, there's gonna be a point in time when maybe the board may wanna form a committee to really dive into some of these a little bit deeper. But, you know, this is some preliminary changes that I think are in the right direction.
So that first page, basically, you know, now that we have a town administrator, that should really be the person reviewing these. Vacation time, it just kind of needed a little clarification. There were questions earlier, well, I guess in the fall about vacation. The employee had some questions, and looking through this, it was like, okay, the wording here is a little weird, and it just needed to be cleaned up a little bit. So that's page 5. Page 6 there's a couple typos. Page 7, bereavement leave, when I saw this, I thought there were just a couple changes that needed to be made, mainly adding, so there's 2 sort of categories, one's a 5-day period, one's a 3-day period, bereavement. And reading through this, I thought, you know, if your spouse's mother or father dies, that's a big impact. Or if your son or daughter-in-law dies, that's also a big impact, so I thought those should be moved up to the 5-day. The 3-day are more for, like, you know, I call them sort of lesser relatives. I don't know what page 9 was, I don't think there's any changes. Page 11 is just another fix. It just referenced the wrong section. And that's it.
All right. Well, let's review these.
Yeah, take a look at them and,
We'll take a look at them and table it to the next meeting
yeah.
for a vote.
Yeah,
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question. I just want to let you know that this is going to be an article at the annual town meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. but it's just not a vote by the board, that's all, I just want to.
No, this is a bylaw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know that, but I just, while I'm here, after I listen to everybody else, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. So we'll table to next meeting
Mhm.
and
Make up an article.
make up an article for. Okay, so moving on. Discussion and possible discussion on possible changes to the town bylaws.
So, Mr. Chairman, after speaking with Selectman Ihawker, he had suggested defining the radius for section 6 of the bylaw, the residential requirement for certain town employees, make it a little bit more clearer. We had some discussions on that, and we kind of talked about residency requirement in general. Many communities have residency requirements. They're typically a big push in the bigger communities, such as, you know, the Springfields, the Worcesters, the Bostons, because a lot of the jobs that are in those communities are being occupied by people from the suburbs. A lot of the top level paying jobs are being occupied from people from the suburbs. And so the argument is that, you know, in the bigger population cities, you should be able to find qualified people to fill those positions. However, in the smaller communities, you are dealing with a smaller pool, right? So the town has less than 5,000 people. You may not be able to find somebody who has a special license or a special qualifications. So this may be too restrictive for a community in a smaller size. So these were some of the discussions that Selectman Ihawker and I had about this, and he had suggested making these definitions at the very minimal, which I think it adds a lot more clarity to the bylaw. Certainly up for discussion for the board, and obviously it would have to be put on for a vote at town meeting.
So what precipitated this for me was that there was a claim that it was Jim, that Jim shouldn't be working for the town because he lives in Springfield. Well, guess what? Springfield is within that radius. And the way it's defined is you go by the border of Warren and you go out 15 miles from the border all around. Not from the center, but from the border. And all you have to do is hit the border of another town and it's within this definition. So I thought adding these towns just erases any ambiguity. It's very
Clarifies it.
clear what's the outer limit. And so this is what I would like to see minimally, and then as Jim and I were talking, do we even need this? If we could find a qualified person who lives in Shrewsbury and they're willing to commute here, to be a police officer, to be Board of Health Secretary, to be whatever, who cares? Right? What's, you know.
I agree completely.
And-
I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, when you need to provide to your family and you're willing to travel because
Yeah.
work is hard, we just here right now, a few minutes ago, you know, it's hard to get people. We
Yeah.
can't limit it.
Right.
It's not fair.
What do you think, sir?
I actually spoke with Mr. Ihawker about this last week or the week before.
A few weeks ago.
I have a gentleman that just applied. I did an interview with him. He was outside that, but he has a stack of certificates like this. He's looking for part-time. He lives out in Fitchburg. He works in Wales and Holland, which is further away than us. But I can't even consider him because he's not in that. He's actually instructor in many things for a police department ways that I can't even look at him right now.
So
So
I
that's what I
agree.
was looking, that if
Sometimes-
there's something that the selectmen could waive or,
I think the intent for doing this originally was to keep jobs within our community. But reality, it's not within our community because we're still hiring outside the community because we're doing a 15-mile radius. So we're still hiring from Long Meadow, South Hadley, Amherst, all these towns that are within that radius. That's not in our town. And to be honest, we can't, there are qualified people for certain things, but it really limits what we can do if we say, okay, you have to be a Warren resident, okay? That's what I think these were really set up to do, is make sure that we're providing within our community. Now, again, with the job market and hiring, it's become very difficult to get professional, licensed people on things. And I agree with the chief. You gotta expand it sometimes, and I think at this point, I honestly, just expanding it, saying, okay, let's just define the towns. Yeah, that's okay, but do we really need this anymore?
Yeah.
You know, we can get, I work in Natick and I live in Warren, and I travel and commute, and I've been doing it over 20-something years. I still make it to work every day, and I dedicate my time, and I work 12.5-hour shifts, and I have an hour commute each way, but I do it.
Yeah.
For
You
many
know?
years, I went to Boston.
People have
plenty.
vehicles, they can drive, they can do these things, and we're limited, like I said, with, you know, the chief said, we're really limiting our job market with qualified individuals.
Even one of the people we interviewed for town administrator lived out past, I don't remember the town, but it was past Northampton. It was a hill town. It was a woman, I remember, talked to, because we asked her if she'd moved to town, and she was like, no, I have my horses and everything, so.
She's happy where she is.
You know, so, I mean, that's, you know, she might have been a good candidate.
So, you know, if you were thinking of eliminating this, but, you know, with the caveat of, and as we get resumes that come in for different jobs, I always, if I work with a board or a commission, always try to find the best and the brightest, but from Warren.
Within the-
Absolutely.
From
And
Warren.
I think if we.
Have that mindset that if you can find somebody who's the most qualified and the best and the brightest for the town, and they live in Warren, that's a slam dunk, that's a home run.
I think if we write it saying, you know, we don't have this anymore, we write that out, but we write in there saying, with preference to local residents, Warren residents, preference to local residents should be considered. Giving, so if somebody does, if you have somebody that is really good, say in, I don't know, Leicester, but you have somebody equally qualified in Warren, and they're comparable, I would prefer the Warren resident hired because they're community, and it puts back in our community. But if you really can't hire, and you're looking, and you're saying, okay, I can't find anybody in Warren, okay, expand it out. Who is willing to come here and dedicate the time to come to our community? And that's a professional person.
And just take, for example, we were fortunate and very lucky enough to find somebody who lives in a neighboring community who has the licenses to operate as a chief operator at the plant. If that wasn't the case, and we don't have anybody, and
It was a nightmare trying to get that job filled,
Right.
Yeah.
because we're so limited.
Yeah.
And being fined by DEP, and it's like,
So what if that person, you know, lived in Northampton but wanted the job?
Right, and then we have this rule.
well, we did have somebody that was interested in it, but they were in Connecticut. And it's like, you know, can you move to the community? I hope.
You know, some of these positions require special licensures or special certifications, you know, these residency, you know, requirements, again, they're really for the bigger communities where you have so many different groups of population, in these bigger centers where you can pull from. You're dealing with a community that has less than 5,000 people. You gotta kinda have a little bit of a base to try to get, you know, the best and the brightest.
So can we rewrite section 6 to prefer Warren residents, or is that gonna get?
Discrimination is what.
Yeah, is that gonna get?
That's what
yeah.
I wrote there, discrimination, so I think that's a town council question.
Well, I mean, there's ways to give,
Well, preference should be given to Warren
preference should be given
residents
to Warren residents.
in hiring actions. Because honestly, if you have somebody equal,
I understand, I'm just saying, I don't know that much about it, but that's what, when you were talking and said that, that just entered my mind, is that,
Well,
I mean, with
you-
today's
you-
society, people,
Everybody wants to sue.
well, you're gonna have to make sure that you're not basing that on
correct.
race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation,
Well,
or
that's what I'm
the
saying.
list
and-
of
and it's
things
like,
that
then that
discriminatory.
person will say, okay, I wanna see with the qualifications to make sure, because am I being discriminated against? That's all I was, that's what just came to me.
And you could have that argument anytime.
Well, I understand.
You can flip it around too.
But if you put it, in there saying preference will be given to candidates of equal qualification, you know, of Warren,
You
I
need
would
to-
have legal write it.
yeah.
I will just get rid of it.
Yeah, that's what I.
Take 6 out.
I agree too.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the sort of safest thing.
Yeah,
to do.
and you could just have a policy of, you know, trying to promote
Yeah.
Warren people.
If I were a town resident and I moved to the hinterlands, would you fire me? Cause I left?
No.
What's the difference?
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing, you know, it's kind of, I understand back in the day why they wanted to do it, they wanted to give and promote jobs within the community. But honestly, when you do a 15-mile radius, you're not really promoting inside of our community anymore. You
And actually,
cast a big umbrella.
with
If the edge
section
of-
6, we'd actually would probably have to fight.
It says there that you
Yeah.
will be terminated.
Oh.
Yeah.
I said
Can
just,
it?
I just said,
It's,
Just get rid of it.
it's an arcade,
Okay,
it's an
cross that
arcade
out.
provision.
no more 6.
Okay.
It's a classic example in my mind of a well-intended rule which common sense can overtake.
Hmm.
When you're considering hiring someone, or the chief, or anyone, of course you're gonna give preferential treatment to, and you don't have to put it in code, because then you avoid the potential for a lawsuit.
Yeah.
But you just, if you have two,
That's the
if you have
unwritten
two,
policy.
if you have two well-qualified candidates, and one lives 50 miles away, and one lives 5 miles away, of course you're going to, if I have to tell a department head to pick the local person, then you need to get rid of that department head. That's what I'm saying, common sense just dictates the right answer and the right behavior here.
That's why we're reviewing these things, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and again, I agree, I don't think we need this anymore. It was well
The only-
intent, but it's,
But when you
We've
put it to
grown
the
out of
vote, when you put it to the vote to the town.
well, what if I wanted a job? You still have the equal opportunity of
apply.
getting the job, you can apply for it.
If you want
It
the
just-
job, apply for it, you'll probably get it.
Yeah,
It's simple.
if you're qualified, whatever,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah,
Alright.
let's just put it, let's get rid of it.
Okay, so it'll make it an easier article, because it'll
Yeah.
just say strike
Absolutely.
section 6 out of whatever.
Yeah, are you good with
chapter
that?
this is, or-
I proposed it.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, so this one, we could probably just make a motion on this one right away. You guys wanna look at the other ones, but we can be done with this now.
Yeah, let's do a motion on that
So,
one then.
so, okay. Well, okay, I'll make a motion to strike section 6 from the town bylaws, which is the residential requirement for certain town employees.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. We'll present an article for annual town meeting, striking Article 6, or Section 6. All right, easy enough. What else, sir? That was it, right?
Yeah,
And then all these other papers were related to that.
Right.
all the research.
I know,
Okay.
I did a lot of research.
You did research.
Well, you know,
You're always good
Lot of
about that.
drawing.
You do your drawing circles and
I have
you're
my
good.
compass out, I haven't used a compass since like sixth
You
grade.
own a compass?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Let's move on here. Let's get out of here tonight.
Yep.
Okay, so 8, discussion and reappoint Sheila E. LaFlower to the Board of Registers for the 3-year term, for a 3-year term. Okay, anybody have any questions about it?
No. It's a reappointment, so I guess she's doing.
Anybody have any objections to it in the public? Okay,
I'll make a motion to reappoint Sheila E. LaFlower to the Board of Registers for a 3-year term.
Second,
all in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. I'm getting a little worried about you there, your signature. It got a little longer today. Okay. Discussion and vote on the selectmen budget and articles for the annual meeting. Secure that. My God, could you have printed it smaller?
Probably.
You need these?
And what did we just talk about how, like,
Going blind?
Here, can you read it?
yeah. There, it's just a little black line. Okay. Thank you, though. All right,
Can we just,
Mr. Farrar, do you have any questions at this point?
No, I did get a request here, today, it's in your packet, it was an email from Becky and Sarah, from the Veterans Council. She was calling about, trying to get a article put on, looks like, for Reese, for next year, the
Mhm.
Reese Across America project. She's anticipating the cost of $9,520 for the wreaths and the amount of $17 each for 2023 at 560 sites, which would be $95.20. The Memorial Day and Veterans Program, when I had met with Gary, the veterans agent, he had indicated that on his expense account, that he would like to give over $1,500 from his expense account over to the Veterans Memorial Day programs.
So
So
he
that
wants
would-
us to lower it back down to 3,000?
No, he's
No.
gonna give it to, up to us to 4,500.
His budget's gonna go down to $1,800, the veterans' budget itself. You don't have that here, because there's, veterans has their own budget.
Yeah, that's on their own budget.
Okay.
You won't see it on here.
Yeah, the Memorial Day and Veterans Programs is on here.
Right.
Is that not?
And
what
you're
you were talking
increasing
about?
it, right, to 4,500.
Okay,
1,500 is gonna come out of the veterans' expense account.
got
It'll
it,
be lowered
From
there.
Gary Lapine.
got it.
Right.
So, the Reese don't have a line, obviously.
I put one in.
No,
What's
you
that?
can't.
I put one in on David's thing, just so we had the number
Where?
right.
It's right
underneath
under the veterans.
memorial.
Oh, you can't put that line in there.
Okay.
Has to be an article
So
for
It has
the
to be
first
an
year.
article.
I know, but I wanted to see the number. in our
We
final
need it for
budget.
numbers.
Yep,
So
no, that's
that's,
fine.
that's why, I
Right.
know I need to take it out before
Oh,
the
yeah,
day.
before you
but-
give it to me, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but we wanted, David and I wanted to see the numbers.
Yeah.
So that will be an article. And they were also, inquiring about, purchase of a computer. For the Veterans Council. And they wanted to know the status of an office for them.
Yeah, we gotta get that done too. It's on my list of things on the board and there to get done.
So, we can definitely, get that room cleaned out of the holiday decorations, if
Jimmy's-
that's,
Jimmy's gone now.
yeah.
Yeah, we
that's
gotta
where
get
you
on
wanna
that.
put 'em.
If you could send them an email, have them start moving everything down to the old Boy Scout room.
Mhm.
Get all that stuff cleaned out of there. Or
Yeah.
let them know, because we've been waiting on this a long time. They wanted to get past the holidays because it was crazy and everything, but now it's calming down. We have a dumpster out there, so again, if they need to throw stuff away and they're bringing stuff down there, they could probably throw some stuff away that they don't need to and fill up that dumpster. Maybe we can have Jeremy come by with a loader and crush everything down there and really get our money worth out of there. But, yeah, just stop putting it out there and letting them know we need to get stuff moved.
Mhm.
Because we promised that room to the veterans, and we gotta follow through on that. We got the Milo system in the other room, so they're good on that.
There, looks
Okay.
like there could be a change, regional planning should be at 1535. Hydrant A,
Where are you looking?
Second page.
I'm not even past that yet. I'm still
oh,
on
I'm
the first
sorry.
one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
I'm
have a
going through all the
question.
numbers and I'm just making sure, because we're pretty much just level funding. Level services, we're not really dropping anything. Couple places we're dropping some money down. We're dropping down
Well,
for
okay,
the,
can we go through, like, why is selectmen expense going down 2,000?
Because we haven't spent the money.
yeah,
Okay, that's
we
fine.
don't really need to,
You don't need to keep it if you're not gonna spend it.
So
But
custodian,
you put in money last year at a line item transfer, so you're not anticipating anything else?
No, not
Okay.
out of their budget. We did it
Okay.
for Shepherd expense
yeah.
I
transfer.
thought there was items, we had a line item transfer
I
for the
don't-
selectmen's.
I'll check it.
Okay.
No, I think that was just maintenance to get stuff done.
so facilities custodians, that's the 2% on the pay scale, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
Then we have Shepherd Building, so we're bumping that up a little bit.
yes,
Town Hall, we're going down.
because that was bumped up way higher than it needed to be because of the insurance.
Okay. Technology is going up. Is 2,000 enough to cover now the,
No.
No, we're gonna have to look at that number.
yeah, okay, so that's
So
gotta
let's circle
change.
that one.
Yeah, with this EDR thing.
Yep.
Matching, so we're bumping up our matching grant?
Yeah, we may wanna, 10,000
Not,
is kinda low.
yeah.
I don't know, you may wanna go 15. Cause don't forget, we put money into the matching grant at the special.
But 70, wasn't it 70,000?
Well, that was 70 for the EDA.
Right.
Just that
Right.
one grant
Right.
alone, was 70,000.
Right.
So, we may wanna put some money in there. I would suggest highlighting that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Because 10,000's really not a lot when we're starting to get grants and,
yeah, we don't wanna lose them.
no.
So town report, so another $200, right?
Mhm.
We talked about veterans and Memorial Day. Why would copy or lease go up 1,000? We have a contract for a fixed amount. That should remain whatever it is.
Okay, but I didn't think that was enough money, that's why I bumped it up. When I
Well,
did
if
the
it's not
math.
enough money, then we couldn't have paid our bills this year.
No.
Cause it's like 1167 every month?
The lease payment doesn't go up every year, right?
No, it's 3-year lease. It's 1,100, So it's just 1107.23 times 12. And unless we underfunded it, the 15 grand should be plenty.
You're right,
So what's the total?
13,286.76.
13 out, so.
So
13.
14 grand should be.
Yeah, let's go to 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll drop it by 1,000. And then what's the last? Selectmen secure tax foreclosed property, what's that, dropping that 1,000?
That's because we don't anticipate having any tax going through the system yet. So that's just to board up the houses.
Okay.
I would leave that, at 4,000, just
Okay.
just in, you know, we're gonna get a
Because
little
we
more
got
aggressive.
some, yeah, we got some down in the
Yeah.
pipeline here. So, yeah, keep that 4,000.
So administrative assistant, is that your
My
pay scale
normal- yep,
raise? Yeah.
absolutely. No,
Okay.
anymore.
Streetlights? Don't we have a contract with that, right?
Correct, yep.
Is that a,
They're averaging about that right now, yeah.
okay,
Well, that's for the maintenance, but the maintenance is where we're at. That we put money in for maintenance last time, at the special because of the new one. The streetlights is for the actual lighting, the electrical lighting. So are we okay with the bills for lighting?
Well, I don't know now, because we've been using the credit that was there, has been offsetting our bill, and now if you notice, we have a bill today for National Grid of $1,600,
yeah, $1,600.
yeah, $1,600, almost $1,700. So if you figure that out. And then the CMRPC, the C2 is also that one. So you've got the 1657 plus the, where is it? 932.57.
Okay, so if it was 1657 every month, you're talking about 20 grand.
Yeah, but
But then you have the
it's usually a little higher
932.
in the winter.
Yeah.
Then remember, you've got the 932 also. Did you get the 932 in there?
What 930? Oh, I think there's another one.
This one right here also comes out of street light. The solar. We have to pay the solar, and then we have to pay the electric. So
Alright.
those two numbers have to come out.
All right, so maybe, okay, so these need to be looked at then.
Yes, streetlights,
Better
yes.
calculation.
Yep. Not the maintenance is fine, just the
Okay.
actual streetlights.
Just the street light. And then.
So the hydrant rentals,
hydrant
have they
rental,
changed?
Is that,
So the hydrant rental should be, I got the quote from Carol Sanders.
Mhm.
Hydrant rental A should be at $39,625.
So it didn't go up at all this year?
oh, so it's the same.
That's what she gave me.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So keep it the same.
And precinct B?
B, I have not gotten,
Oh, because that's from West Warren.
West
Water.
Warren.
Okay.
So let's see if we can get that number.
Karen, did you get that number from West Warren? No.
I didn't, I haven't got their annual report either.
Okay.
I called them a couple of times, I'm not,
Regional planning should be at 1535, that's a set rate. That's our new rate, 1535.
All right. So it went up $22.
Right.
1535, okay.
Insurance liability. After looking at the plan and going through it with Joanne and looking at, our coverages and stuff that we don't even have some equipment anymore, that we were carrying, and we were insuring equipment that, you know, it cost us more for the insurance than the equipment is worth. So after doing an audit of the insurance, we were able to bring it down to a budgetary number of 110.
Wow.
So we're saving, well, so we're looking at 110 now.
110,
All right,
That's under insurance liability, right?
right.
very
Instead of
good.
125.
Now, on the workers' comp insurance, okay, a little different story. That also includes Chubbs, which is injured on duty. That has seen an increase in premiums across the Commonwealth. So that number's gotta go to 46,000.
Oof.
We were just saving some money.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, guess what?
Wow.
So that's,
Okay.
well,
People
that's
need to
just-
stop getting hurt at work.
Well, that's okay. What we saved in liability, we spent in workman's comp, so I mean,
Basically.
it's almost a wash.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll redo these numbers then.
Right.
And then
Let's
the
get a
ones that
better
we need
number
to
on
look
the street lighting.
Yep,
Yep,
And the hydrants,
and the hydrants in
hydrant
the
for
West
precinct
Warren.
B.
yep. And what else was there?
The matching grant for selectmen.
yep.
What do you, we can decide on a number there. What do you think we should go to? Keep it conservative.
I would say 20 would be a conservative number.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that. 5,000 is nothing right now. Yeah, I would say
Okay.
20.
You know, obviously, if the grants dry up, the money will go back.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. I'd say 20.
So we upped it to 10, but we'll go to 20. Are you good with that?
Okay, now my other question for you is the legal. I put it down to
Again,
90 and then Rich wanted it back up to 100.
Keep it same,
Yeah, keep it the same. We're still,
Okay.
we still have
because you know,
suits.
Just knowing that we haven't hit half of it yet.
I've been monitoring it as best as I can in trying to condense the calls, okay? And
Yeah.
using some other resources than to just always dial the number. So, it's, you know, hopefully we'll stay way under budget.
Well, so are you comfortable at the
100, yeah.
100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
that's one of those things that we never, because it could cost us far more money
Oh, yeah.
if we
have a
can't
big-
pay for that, if
big
something
suit,
happens.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And we do have outstanding things right now.
yes, we do.
So.
And then we have other things popping up too, because,
And that's, I mean, again, you guys can always look at these things, right? You know, if you wanna go out to, you know, to see if you can get a better rate or bring somebody in, you know, you certainly can do that. Those are, you know, those are options that are available. You don't always have to continue on.
Yeah. Right. Then the other thing is the technology number,
mhm.
right? Okay.
And I put dashes out by the ones we have to look at.
all right, let's bring this to our next meeting,
Okay.
with those changes and the firmer numbers. And we'll table it to the next meeting. You good with that, Eric?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What about articles?
Do we have articles?
No.
Have we had any other requests? You had something that you wanted to?
Well, the one for the selectmen, we have is the veterans,
The wreaths.
the wreaths.
The REITs.
I'm still, our articles are due back,
Tuesday.
Tuesday by noon. So I'll have them from all the rest of the departments. I've collected some from some other departments, but I'll have them all by Tuesday at noon.
Okay.
And then
So-
you'll need 2 from my changes, right?
Yep. So we need to create those. And then,
The snow and ice, generally, the selectmen, I think, put it on. that
The
article.
deficit spend, yeah,
The deficit spend.
we'll put that on.
put that on. And then, you know, again, you know, yeah, I think as far as, making the town function better. I feel strongly about having a facilities manager for our town. We don't have anybody in that position. Today, me and Mr. Farrar, and the chief, went through the old town hall and the police department again today to look at where we can, make some repairs and, help with, living or working within that area. And we'll talk more about that, but a facilities manager should be doing that stuff. It's not Mr. Ferrara's job. It's not Mr. Dusty's job. Every time Mr. Dusty has to do it, he's pulled away from his regular duties. And again, he's working on, he's one custodian for multiple buildings. And it is just too much work. We got the school, they have a facilities manager for one school, head custodian, and 3 custodians under them for one school. We got 7 town buildings we gotta deal with, and one guy's doing them all.
Well, I mean, I asked Jim about, maybe we find like a cleaning contractor to do some of these buildings. Unless you wanna hire like 4 or 5 custodians.
But even,
Jim can't do them all.
no, he can't, and.
So if we had, maybe Jim took care of this building, and the other buildings, we had a company.
Well, Highway hired somebody for a while, and it was $250 a month to have that person come in and clean that. Once a week, they spent
That's
an
a-
hour. No, and it was just the office and the bathrooms, nothing else. No stripping of floors, no, just emptying toilet, emptying.
Stripping the floors isn't really a custodial thing, right? That's a
So-
facilities thing.
No,
We're
that's
we're
a-
looking for somebody to clean the bathrooms, mop the floor, vacuum, right, dust.
Stripping the floors is a custodian thing.
No?
It's,
Okay.
yeah, he strips the floors in here all the time, strips the bathroom. We just talked about stripping the floor in the police station, that needs to be done because it's built up. There's buildup of wax on the floor.
Oh,
You gotta
okay.
strip them,
Yeah.
you gotta strip them down, so, because all you're doing every time you wax over them, it gets that yellow, and it looks yellower and yellower and yellower. You just, you have to strip it down, start new, and then redo it again.
Yeah, you do that like once or twice a year.
Yeah, you do it, yeah, it's not often, but it's something that gotta be done.
We could still say, have that cleaning company just do the basic, toilets, vacuum, and then, maybe Jim could handle like that, call it more specialized stuff that the cleaning company isn't gonna do. They're probably
But
not gonna.
how much is that gonna cost us to
Well,
bring
I
in,
know, we'd have to look.
a
But right
cleaning
now, if
company?
things aren't getting cleaned, right, that's the problem.
There's a lot to do.
Well, I know, but that's why.
There's a lot to do.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
that's my point is,
But even
it's
if,
so much, but we also, there's more beyond that too, because Jim's a custodian. Okay, that's his job. But we need somebody that is working contracts, identifying maintenance issues, taking maintenance concerns from employees, seeing how to do budget for that. That's a facilities guy.
yeah, no, I get it.
It's a facilities guy, and if we could fill that, then it would really free up the custodial position to do what they need to do. And the custodian can do those other jobs if we put a facilities guy in there and say Jim or whoever is not doing that stuff anymore. They're not looking at the roof, they're not, checking, smoke detectors or, installing AEDs in the building and, doing all, a maintenance job, doing painting, we can have a facilities guy that goes in and does painting and stuff. Follows through with contracts and stuff. When Jim's falling through a contract or checking a boiler, he's not cleaning.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's the problem is we've packed so much onto him that one person can't get all that done. And, you know, vacuum a floor, yes, it's one little floor, but you gotta vacuum and go through, and it takes a few, you know, it takes like 15 minutes to vacuum a floor, but that's 15 minutes here, then another 15 there. And then if you're gonna have like wet mop to get up anything, cause again, not hardwoods, we wanna keep them nice. All that stuff adds up. And to have a facility guy that can take off all those other burdens off, you know, Jim, then he'd be able to focus on that stuff
So
and focus on his duties.
when we proposed this last time, did we have a job description?
No, and that's what we'd have to do. We'd have to have that, and,
And
you
we
know,
need to
again,
delineate the two positions.
we gotta separate the positions.
Can you hear me? This is
Yep.
Jim speaking.
How's it going, Jim?
It's going well.
So Mr. Dusty, you know, Jim
I
Dusty is
just want
on.
to put in my 2 cents worth here, since I've been personally involved for going on 4 years. Mr. Ferrera, about 3 months ago, gave me a draft of responsibilities for a custodian, and he asked me to review it. And then I eventually reviewed it after giving it a tremendous amount of thought, based upon what I've been doing for 4 years, and what I've been asked to do that is far out of the scope of a custodian. And I sent all of you that letter, and I described to you the duties of a custodian, but there's another part in my job description that says routine maintenance, and we're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about the buildings are dirty and the floors are dirty. Well, part of my job and what I was hired for was to do routine maintenance. So in my letter to all 4 of you, I described what custodial responsibilities I have, and I described to you in depth and detail what the routine maintenance responsibilities are. And you can check that out, what routine maintenance means for a facility such as ours, or a town such as ours. And I could go over that list, and it must be 30 or 40 items that aren't cleaning, it's routine maintenance. And I can't give you details, but I can promise you this. If all the work that I do that is routine maintenance had to go to outside vendors, there'd be tens of thousands of dollars of expense
No, that's.
beyond what you're paying me. And I've asked you to sit with me and to go over everything that I've described to you, and I haven't heard from anyone, and, you know, all I hear is, well, we're thinking about it, and we know how hard you work, and I work really, really hard. And I know the floors are dirty, there's dust all over the place, there's trash that wasn't taken out at the police station, and Mr. Farrar pointed out how it stunk. Well, it stunk because I was told to do other things, okay? And that when I'm out, and I told you this in my letter, almost 7 weeks, vacation time, sick leave, all these other things, in not 1 minute to cover my duties for 7 weeks. There's nobody on the budget. So when those 7 weeks, how do you make up for that? How do you do that? So I've noticed in this discussion tonight, in the discussion we had last year, I don't really believe some of you actually want to believe what I'm doing. And I'm sorry to have to say this, but there's something drastically wrong here, okay? I can prove to you that part of my contract, it's not a contract, it's a job description, is routine maintenance. And I can tell you what that is, and I've already done that. All 4 of you have my letters. And probably 3 letters went out already, because, you know, I don't understand why any of you can complain that the place is a mess and it's dirty, knowing what I have to do. And you just said, Chairman, that I go way beyond what I do. You said it over and over and over again. And I've had all kinds of people tell me what a great job I'm doing. And when somebody wants to spend a little money on maybe a part-time custodian, oh no, we can't afford that? Well, look what's happened to our buildings by taking that attitude. Just take a look at what's happened to our buildings. It's because we don't have a facilities manager. And the last time when I was replacing the person that I took their job, it was a part-time person, and all she did was take out the trash and push a broom. In the meantime, the buildings are falling apart. And you know this. I very eloquently described all of this to you. So, you know, I'm feeling rather depressed right now because once again, you know, I don't think some of you actually get it. And I'm sorry to be so adamant about all this, but you know, I see things being done here that it's all about, you know, oh, he's just gonna clean the place and it's all filthy. Well, please, look at the other part of my responsibilities. Routine maintenance is right there, and you can't ignore that. I've given you a list of everything that's been done, and I haven't given you a complete list either. But, you know, we really need to think about this, because if it's the status quo, and I'm gone someday, retire or something, and you think the problem just has to be to sweep the buildings? No, because we've got a $10 million repair job on one building, and probably $650,000 on the building that you're sitting in right now, because no one thought that a facilities manager was important, except Mr. Dufresne. We thank you for that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dusty. So again, the problem is we are allocating jobs to people that is beyond their scope, okay? Not that their capability, and Mr. Dusty is doing stuff, but it's just not his job. And when we allocate him, oh, can you paint a doorway? Can you trim the bottom of a door? That takes time, okay? So he can't do these other things. So it's really taking away, you know, we can't sit there and say, why aren't you doing this when we're telling you to go do this? You know, it's not fair.
Well, that's why I developed a schedule.
Right.
So that we could, you know, track and understand, you know, what needs to get done and how a bit of time it takes
Right.
to try to evaluate these things before we just go and hire people.
Well, and that was our thing. We needed to see what you know, Jim was doing for a job. We needed to know, okay, how long is it taking to do this? How long is it taking to do that? Why can't you do that? Okay, because when it comes down to it, okay, if these things are dropping to the side and failing, and things aren't getting done, okay, let's look at why they're not really getting done. How are we using him? Okay, today, he went for a tour with us over the police station to identify deficiencies and stuff like that. I pulled him off of his job because he sent an email to us requesting some repairs and stuff to be done over at the police station. So we wanted to look at him. I wanted to look at him because I can't advocate for something and say we need to get this stuff done unless, you know, I see what's broken, what do we need to do? Is that the limit or do we need more? Okay? Again, that's really not Mr. Dusty's job to do because that's pulling him off of other stuff. You know, that pulls him off of cleaning and things like that. So we really gotta define, are we gonna use him for a facilities guy? Or are we gonna use him as a janitor? Because one area is gonna fail. We can't do, he can't do both, we can't expect him to do both and say, do them both and they gotta be stellar, okay? You can't expect that performance from anybody because, again, we have a school that has a facilities manager, a head custodian, and 3 custodians below that, okay, dealing with one school building. We have one janitor, or one custodian, dealing with 7 buildings in our town. And we're expecting them to make them look like palaces.
Well, then let's come up with a job description for facilities manager, and then maybe redefine custodian, and go to the town floor with that. And it'll be clear what the benefit is,
Right.
or what, maybe not the benefit, but what the duties are, and the fact that we need both positions.
And that's my point, we're lacking on our maintenance. And we see it everywhere. These things take time. There's contracts, there's bidding, that's not your job. You're not
Bidding?
Well,
I thought it was.
No,
Yeah, it is. It's a procurement office.
as far, yes, procurement, but as far as like once it's done and it's been awarded, making sure that everything's compliant and going through, that's really the department to be doing that, whether it's, say, police department, if they did something like that, a contract, Jerry would manage it. And same thing for facilities. If it's a facilities operation, window repairs, you're not going down here and checking caulking on all the windows and making sure it's done, because it's not your job.
And I'm not qualified for that.
And you're not qualified. That's a facilities guy, okay? Roof repairs. Are you going up on the roof and checking the roof and making
I'm
sure?
not a roofer, I'm not qualified for that.
Again, to identify those deficiencies, you need a facilities guy, okay? That is a specific job. Most towns have those. We don't.
All right, so let's, like I said, let's put it together and present it, and that's fine. I'm on
Okay.
board with that,
And
as
we'll-
long as, you know.
Because again, I know we didn't have enough information last time. I would like FinCom to understand, and we can meet with FinCom to identify the needs of this, because again, we need you guys to support it if you choose to. I don't want a situation like last year where we were somewhat unprepared for it. We were hoping it was a no-brainer, with the amount of maintenance and the work being done in the community. So let's work with FinCom too. Let's get a position description for facilities manager.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, the reason why I think the schedule would have helped us had we gotten on it 3 months ago is that we would be prepared now to identify exactly what time it takes to do these tasks on a weekly basis, so that we can then take this to FinCom and say, we need more help, and this is the reasons why, because it takes X, Y, Z so much time to do these details of cleaning.
So we haven't, so we don't have the data, basically.
We don't have the data,
to back it up.
and that's why I was pushing for a schedule.
You weren't well prepared to defend what you wanted to do last year.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, and that's what we're trying to prevent this year. And again,
So that's why I sent out the schedule, and I work with our custodian to try to get this schedule, because this will in turn help us to get where we want to go.
and that's what we're trying to do, and let's still work with that, because we still need the data. Mr. Dusty, if you're still on, if we can work with the schedule, because we're trying to justify this position, because we know it takes a lot of time to do several different jobs throughout the community, and we need the information to do this. In the meantime, if you can get a position description, and we'll start working on a position description for facilities manager, and let's work on an article for it, and be
But let
prepared,
me add-
be prepared for it this time.
Okay, thanks for your time, but I have to point out that what Mr. Ferrara gave me was custodial work, and I keep telling you, part of my job is routine maintenance.
Right.
And I'm not gonna tell you how long it's gonna take me to clean all these buildings without adding very, very significant elements of the routine maintenance, because that also is part of my job. And Mr. Ferrara, you didn't mention that. You're
Well,
talking about the desk, your conference table is dusty. Well, routine maintenance is part of my job, period. And you can't tell me it's not, because it's right in the job that I applied for. It's right there.
Well,
And when I told you what
So-
routine maintenance is.
So,
you
Mr.
know,
Dusty, Mr. Dusty, we hear you, and let's work together, in the interest of getting this information and the data, so we can present and we can move forward with this.
The schedule that I did.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward now.
Hand out, had
So
a
we're
day
gonna move
of
forward
a
now.
vacant, opportunity to do that.
Okay, so let's move forward now. We know we need to get some information. Let's work on getting the information. We know we need to do a position description for this. So let's work on that too. We'll review the position description, the duties and stuff, comparable to other towns, what a facility manager is doing. And we'll separate custodial and facilities.
We need to update the custodian.
And those update the custodial
I have that now.
one also, because we really need to separate those duties, because it's way too much for one person to do it all, and things are being falling between the cracks. And again, you know, we can't have that happen, and we're trying to invest into our buildings, and we need somebody that's dedicated to that portion of making sure maintenance and stuff is being done. So, are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Good with that?
Yep.
Okay, let's move forward and get that done.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank
we're gonna, are we following Jim's schedule? Is that what we're gonna go with to get a proper idea of?
Well,
I guess I wanna be clear what
We,
moving forward.
we really need to, I think we need to sit down and, you know, I'll sit down and work with Mr. Farrar and Mr. Dusty. We'll look at both of those, and we'll look at, because I understand your concerns, custodial concerns, but there are, what Mr. Dusty's saying also, and I agree, maintenance concerns too. And it's a lot. And I know you're kind of doing what you can do with there, but I know you're working a ton of hours.
And I don't mind pitching in, I don't mind vacuuming or cleaning,
No,
I've done it
that's
in
not
the
your
past.
job, though.
No, but I don't mind pitching
I
in.
know you don't mind, it's not your job,
Yeah.
okay? It's a custodian's job. When you're doing that stuff, and you're cleaning and vacuuming floors, as you say, you're not doing what we hired you to do, which is managing the town, okay? And I appreciate that you're willing to do that stuff. But you paid a lot of money to make sure these things are happening and getting grants, doing all that procurement stuff, working with FinCom, managing budgets. That's your job. I would never ask a town administrator to clean a bathroom. Okay? Yes, I know you do it because you're dedicated, but that's not your job. Okay? We need to have people in positions to support this town, to make sure that we keep it running.
And I think you also need to put in extra money for have somebody do it when the 7 weeks that the custodian is gone.
Well, that's what's, we can write that in the
7
facilities.
weeks.
We can write that in the facilities thing.
Well, if you count
Well, you
vacation,
count
sick
vacation,
time,
sick
holiday.
time.
I only get four
Holidays.
weeks of vacation.
So-
7
No,
weeks.
but you
I-
have your holidays too. You have your 12 holidays that are on there.
Well,
and you
wouldn't
have
work
your
holidays
Anyways.
You're not gonna work holidays.
No,
So
I'm
the
saying-
facilities guy, we can write it in there that the facilities guy, when the custodian's away, the facilities guy can fill in for janitorial services, to fill in for, you know, leave time and stuff like that. So we can still accomplish that, but that's not their primary function. But again, like a sub-duty, we can put it as needed, fill in for custodial work. Because then that would give Mr. Dusty time to take days off, or whoever, to take time off. Because again, right now, when Jim's gone, there's nobody. We have no fill-in. Things just don't get done.
We also have a custodian at the senior center, right?
Yes.
We might be able to tap that person for fill-in also. If we,
Yeah.
we just have to define that job.
But then
as-
that's, again, we have to define his job on being able to fill in
Yeah,
and do that.
well, I mean,
So
you know, let's do it all at once.
It's a resource.
Yeah, it's a resource and
Mm.
should use it.
Yes, ma'am.
Two things.
Yes, sir.
I know you people didn't want to have a backup for the senior center. Now, I don't know why that ever changed,
A backup for what?
the janitor,
Oh,
or
okay.
the custodial.
Well, Mr. Dusty fills in for that.
But that, I'm just saying, that operation worked perfect with the part-time custodial, and then you add 2 or 3 weeks of salary in, and that, you don't have to worry about that building. So that was a change to me that I just didn't understand, but that's not what I wanted to say, because I'm getting back to something that you said. You went down to look at the police station, and there's some work that needs to be done,
Mhm.
okay? How much work are you talking about?
Well, again, we were looking at several things.
I'm just asking a ballpark.
Yeah. As far as a number, we don't know, because we just reviewed it today.
Okay, so what are you talking about? That's what, then,
What are
Well,
the tasks?
there's a rug that needs to be replaced.
Right.
Inside the, dispatching room.
Right, that-
Their break room.
Mhm.
That's one that
Yep.
needs to be replaced. There's ceiling tiles that are missing.
Right,
That need to
that-
be replaced. The blinds in the restrooms
Mhm.
deteriorated so much that they're gone. And they got cardboard up in the windows, blocking out so they can have privacy in the bathrooms.
Mhm.
So those
Okay.
items need to be replaced. There's just lots of miscellaneous little things
Okay.
that are general maintenance that needs to be done.
Okay.
Doesn't that come out of
No,
your
yeah,
budget?
this is number one, okay? We're gonna go back, because you weren't here when we had the $150,000 article to fix the town hall, that I was told to have the town accountant to put the money back for the town hall repairs. Last year, there was $70-something thousand left. That goes back to when they tried to condemn the building, and those things were supposed to be taken care of, the rug was supposed to be replaced, whatever. There was all this list that was supposed to be done, okay? So that money you gave back to the town. What doesn't make sense to me, tonight you just said you wanna cut the maintenance account by $7,400 for the town hall. If you need this work done, why are you cutting the maintenance? You just
Yeah.
cut it $7,400.
Right.
Well, I mean, does the 15,000 cover these things like the tiles and the cardboard? and the-
Maintenance.
It's maintenance. This stuff needs to be done, and it hasn't been getting done.
Right.
We need to get this stuff done.
Well, why'd you cut the budget $7,400?
Well, because the 15,000 might be enough.
The reason it went up to 22 was because I was told by Maya that if the police moves out, we have to insure it, and it was going to be about,
But it's
But
this is
that
the
would be under
maintenance.
insurance, that's not under maintenance.
It's not, that would be under insurance. We're talking about the maintenance line.
The maintenance
Oh, I
line
know,
is
but that's where I put
22.4,
the money.
You wanna cut it to 15,000, and I'm not saying, why are you cutting 7,400?
because the
Because the
normal.
liability money was put into the
But
maintenance.
that's not where it goes.
I know, but
That's
that's
fine.
why the
That's
number is
why
high,
the
so we're
number
really
was
not
high.
taking
But
away
it-
from maintenance.
But what I'm saying depends on how much maintenance, what you're thinking you're looking to fix.
So really, the budget is going from 10,000 to 15,000.
No.
No, Rich, you're,
Correct.
town hall maintenance and repair.
You're going from
It's
22.4
to
back to
15,000.
Okay,
No, but that 22.4 includes
But it didn't make
liability
any difference.
insurance
That's
that
what you
should
got
have
out
not
there.
have been in there.
Liability insurance should never be in a repair or maintenance
I
line.
know, but it is in the 23 budget.
Right.
Oh.
Because of whatever reason, that got included in the 23 budget. So that's sort of like a fake number. So what we're really looking at is a 22 budget of 10,000, now going up to 24 budget of 15,000,
Right, so
Right.
you add 5,000 to do all the repairs.
5,000.
Right.
So
now
you think
have
for 15,000, you can do everything you wanna get
Yeah.
done. Okay, that's why I'm asking.
And
that.
again, it's
But it didn't make any sense to
being able to
me.
do these things and getting these little things picked off the lists.
But what I'm saying, it didn't make any sense to me why you were cutting the budget when you're saying now we got this to do. That's all I was saying.
Right, now, yeah, so now we have an answer.
So the 15,000 is
It's
probably a
15,000,
good amount.
and that's a good amount.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Is there money in
because-
this year's budget for that, or?
Yeah,
Yes.
15,000.
Oh, it's 15, oh, yeah.
No, there's money this year.
Yeah, you
Right.
might be
This
able to
year
do
we
some
have
of
a
And
that.
lot.
we're handling that
22.4.
this year.
Right, at 22.4.
Yeah, you got 22.4.
And I don't know what's been spent.
Go nuts.
I don't have my report.
probably about 2,000.
Right, so,
So we have 20,000 between now and July 1st to
Right.
do your building.
So let's pick off some of these tasks. Again, you know, we talked about them, we went through and seen a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be dealt with. Ceiling tiles, there probably can be some floor repairs in there, because I noticed some of the floor tiles were breaking up, especially in
I
the,
thought those were-
where the benches, there's some tiles breaking up, getting those repaired. These are little maintenance things that need to be addressed. We can't address any major items, not on that.
no, I'm just saying. But I just
So-
wanted you to understand that stuff went back to that original 150,000 that we had.
Yeah.
It was to address the carpet that needed to be cleaned. They were told by, the letter came back and said either clean the carpet professionally or put a new one down.
Yeah.
Okay? There was big issues. The ceiling things, the covers for these lights,
Mhm.
they didn't have that. They were told, put them back up. Do this, do
Oh,
that.
that was a while ago, but there's all
That's
new
what I'm
lights.
saying, but we
Yeah.
just turned
All
back
right.
$70,000 of it last year.
So the carpets were all replaced, he's talking about an area rug.
But, well, you said carpet.
Yeah.
That's a
It's
difference.
a carpet
too.
underneath their table, it's an area
Well,
rug.
it's different. A carpet's a carpet, an area rug's an area rug.
Okay,
Okay.
apples and oranges.
But an
Right.
apples and apples.
It is a bigger place.
Right, that's fine.
So, we picked out a bunch of stuff that we can do within our budget that's improves the working
Correct.
environment
I
for
don't have a
them.
problem with that.
And that's what we're looking at doing.
So can I say,
No.
Jerry has $22,000.
I don't have it.
Well,
Well, I
That's
gotta
what
look
the
through.
selectmen's
Under
about.
the
Yeah.
select-
sorry. We can spend that on this stuff. If we get all that cleared out, maybe we can keep it at the FY '22 number of 10,000 then. Because if we take care of all the stuff now,
Yeah.
we won't need that money next year. And we can keep it at 10.
But you don't have much time,
Right.
Yeah, you gotta work fast.
because the budget's gotta be voted on, is it April 15th?
Yeah.
The April 15th meeting, it has to go, because we're not getting into the same thing, we're not having the FinCom report
All right.
done. Okay, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you. The other thing that he can do, okay, is, get quotes for this work.
Get it
Not saying you
covered.
have to get it done, we can encumber the money,
Encumber
we
the
can drop
money.
the budget.
Yeah.
But we're not getting Jim brought them in on Monday. The omnibus budget with the annual report, the annual budget on Monday, the day before election. We're not doing that again. That's why you're voting Thursday night, and Friday, it's off to the printer.
You so, she just.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, you got
I
the
did
get-
get it.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Karen gave it to me.
Oh.
That's
You
all I'm
said she
saying.
could have it.
Well, don't be hitting anybody with that.
I would never hit anybody. So.
All right, so, yeah, back to the building, there's some maintenance issues that need to be done.
Mhm.
We also had to address, and I think 10,000, we could probably do, but you gotta remember, we still gotta maintain the building other ways too. And if we could chip off little things with that amount, exit lights in there, because again, we're gonna have to get a whole lot of dumpsters, because there's so much debris and trash still in that building.
I don't know that we can, we are supposed to move that stuff though.
Not that stuff. There's just junk that we were looking at that was in there.
Oh, okay, all right.
There's a lot of just junk, but there's the stuff that we were looking downstairs, as far as like, it might have, mold on it, that's the stuff you're talking about, the records.
Asbestos dust.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and again, that stuff's downstairs, but there's lots of stuff everywhere.
Okay.
We were pointing out stuff in there, you gotta clean out the ramp, we gotta fix the door for the handicapped accessible, because again, that's an issue. We gotta clean that whole area out for that handicap ramp, because nothing should be inside there. And I don't know if there's railings in there, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
On the ramp.
Alright, because with the ramp, I think you need to have railings just in case with the wheelchairs so they can stop themselves.
If it's
Well,
more than
okay.
2%, they should have.
Yeah.
So if we can get quotes for some of this stuff and encumber it under this year, then we'd be okay. Then we could maybe drop the budget, because if we take care of all this stuff now, but if we don't, then we can leave it at the 15. So either 10 or 15, depending on how much we can.
Yeah, I don't think, we don't need the 22,000, and once we get a lot of this stuff done, get the building cleaned out more, again, it's trying to just maintain what we can, because again, anything else we touch is gonna be a major project.
I got a question, I'm gonna be devil's
You've
advocate.
used up your questions.
I
Yes,
sat
ma'am.
here listening to you, no, I'm teasing.
What's your question?
So why aren't you getting rid of the other stuff that has the mold, the asbestos?
We have to get a permission from, the state. They have to come in and look at it.
So why aren't we getting rid of it? Why are we keeping it there? It's just gonna cost us more down the road.
And we do need to prepare for that, and we do need to get rid of it.
That's-
But right now, there's concerns with mold and asbestos on that stuff. So touching it and going through all that stuff is a concern, because you're gonna need somebody that,
I understand, so why don't we spend the money and just get it taken care of?
I can call the state. and
That's
they
what
can-
I'm saying.
but again, we gotta deal with the
I understand.
mold and stuff.
They-
So we have to have a concern, you know,
Right,
that has
but
to be dealt with
it's-
very specifically.
Right, but what I'm saying, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you should find out how much it is.
Mhm.
If you're not gonna
Well,
do
we
it for
can do
5
that.
years, it's gonna be a lot more down the road. That's all my point is.
We're trying to get the most out of there for the dollar, and fix what we can.
I'm not talking about that, it's getting rid of that stuff. That stuff's gonna stay there, it's gonna get more moldy, it's not gonna
Right.
get any better.
No, just like everything else in that building.
Right,
is
that's
not
what
gonna-
that's what
we
I'm
went in there-
saying.
You know, we went in there today, and we noticed things have gotten worse from the last time that we were
Right,
there.
that's what I'm saying.
And you've been in there, you've seen it.
I know, that's what I'm saying, so why don't we just see how much it's gonna be, see what needs to get done, bite the bullet, and get all that stuff out of there.
We can do that if it's within the budget.
Can you find out and see what?
Yeah, I can see what it's gonna cost, I mean, that's what I'm saying is.
Again, we have this $22,000.
But that's what I'm saying.
Maybe
But I'm telling you right now,
6,000 or something.
you're probably gonna have to have, say, 3 dumpsters maybe? So 3 dumpsters,
Well, we can't have a huge one down there, so that's why, you need
Yeah,
a small one.
that's-
so you're probably gonna have more than that then, to get rid of a lot of the stuff in there. We have to move a lot of stuff from there to historical here. You gotta clean out that whole front lobby. There's just so much there.
Well,
We were going through, we were like, wow.
Yeah, let's see what this is gonna cost first before we.
Yeah, I'm just saying, while we're talking about doing this work, why don't you know, that's all.
Yeah.
Let's get stuff done. All right. So we're good with that. We good with the selectmen budget, table it to next week
Yeah.
with the changes.
We have changes, yeah.
And we'll have better prices on what things are gonna cost to get rid of some stuff, and what it's gonna cost to repair. Some of that stuff, the ceiling tiles and stuff like that, that's, we can get that done. So, yeah. All right. Articles, do we have any more that we wanna talk about? Are we good with that? Do you have any other articles that you wanted?
No, I think the only other one was, maybe we're gonna do one on, OPEB, saving some, starting a savings account for OPEB, you know.
What's OPEB? Oh, the.
Other
Other
post-employment benefits.
post-employment benefits, yeah.
Yeah, and that's gonna bring up our bond rating.
Well,
Hopefully.
it's a goal.
Yes.
Okay, this is one step. It doesn't automatically happen. It takes a lot of steps to do this, but this is one of the steps that we
We're gonna
should
take
do.
those steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
yeah, let's do an article on that too then. You
So
good with
it-
that?
the articles I have is the one you just mentioned, snow and ice, personal bylaws, personnel bylaws, the regular bylaws, Wreaths Across America, facility manager and custodian job description.
Well.
Well, that's not an
create-
article. We're
That's
creating those
right.
position
Create a
descriptions.
position called, facilities.
Right.
We gotta
Job
get the position
descriptions.
voted in as a facilities manager,
Correct.
but we're reducing.
But then the other thing is, we're gonna come up with a job description just for
For both.
custodian.
Yes, separating the
Right.
jobs,
Got it. Okay.
completely.
Did I miss
Well,
anything?
there's already a job description for the custodian. Is that
Right.
not the accurate one, or?
Well, we gotta find out.
You gotta re-
We wanna
revamp it.
remove anything that
I was
involves
patient,
facilities
that's what I was
management.
gonna say.
Okay.
Listen to
Do we
that.
need to do?
Maintenance and stuff like
Do
that.
we need to have an article for that, or can we just?
Oh,
You can do that
Just
internally.
do that
Yeah, okay.
internally.
All right. All
I
right.
just meant we needed to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we need an article creating
This is curious.
that position.
Okay, I'll put it in your office. Or give it
Give
to
him back the hammer, huh?
We
Yeah,
shouldn't-
'cause
He
I
gave it to
feel the need
me.
to beat anybody
He
anymore.
gave it to me.
She gave it, no, I just, you know, the rest is, I don't really have anything to say, so you'll be happy, so I'm going home.
Did you have anything that you wanna add for articles? Do you have any concerns with articles or anything? All right, so I think we got a path. Let's move forward with it, get things done. All right, so we're on the warrants and bills now.
Warrants and bills. All right, I'll make the motion to pay the following warrants. Number 79 payroll, $56,595.86. Number 80 vendor, $83,768.81. Number 81 vendor, $105. Number 82 payroll, $52,674. Number 83 vendor, $321,276.93.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Make a motion to pay the following bills. Mass Municipal Association, $560. Amazon, 3704. Northeast IT, 2200. Merrick O'Connell, $618.95. KP Law, $2,003.10. Easy True Value, $176.90 in that. We got a finance charge, just so you know, $15.48.
Why?
Finance
Why?
charge,
Because the bill didn't come across the email. Whenever anybody goes to there, they send me the bill, and it didn't come across my email. So when I saw it on the statement, I called her and said, I never got this bill.
Okay. Can you get the finance charge removed?
She said no.
She said no.
Yep. Because it was back in December.
Okay, well, WB Mason, $134.36, Verizon, $252.97, National Grid, $1,657.69, C2MA Adams, $1,619.53, Marlin Leasing,
No,
$1,600.
no, 600, isn't it? C2 Adams is 686?
No, it's 686 plus the 932.
And this sheet has only got 636.
Well, you go down to streetlights. Go down to your streetlights and you have another one.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, you're
Yep.
going off that.
Of
sheet.
this,
Okay.
okay, all right.
All right, Merlin Leasing was $1,100, $1,107.23. Karen Dusty, $53.78. Warren Water District, $29,718.75. Renaissance Alliance Insurance Services, $894.52. And Comcast, $20.30.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. Minutes.
Make a motion to accept the minutes for January 5th, 12th, and 26th.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. Town Administrator report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief tonight, as we had a lot of guests here this evening. It was really nice to see Representative Smola and Senator Oliveri. Where we are with the RFPs, obviously, we have the RFP for the EDA to review. So as soon as we get that back, we'll send that out immediately. And the police one will be up next. I'm working on it. There's some final touches on the feasibility study. You'll have that within the next week, so you'll review that, and then we'll send that out immediately. We have this week, I did meet with Jerry, Police Chief Millette on Tuesday. We did tour the building ourselves as well, and we did notice some of the same things that we saw today. And I'm also pleased to report that Jerry's cruiser is in. His new cruiser is in from the ARPA money. It's finally in. There was some delays with putting some of the equipment in, but it is registered, insured, and on the road. So that project is done. We have, has the trade been picked up yet, Chief?
No.
No, so we're waiting on the dealer to pick up the trade. And the other vehicle should be coming in. The other
He
cruiser?
didn't have a time for me, but they're working on that.
Working on the final one, the other one. I mean, these were projects that, we had approved back in September for these new cruisers for ARPA. So they're finally coming in, trickling in. We are in the process, obviously, of finalizing some of the budgets, working on that with FinCom very diligently. I'm actually meeting with the FinCom chair tomorrow to go over and make sure that all the budgets are in order, and that if she has any additional questions or anything, or if the committee has anything that they need, so that they can move out of their process and get it to you guys in a timely manner. Other than that, we have warrant articles that are due on Tuesday. I am also having a staff meeting on Tuesday, just to go over, again, cybersecurity stuff, to go over reporting of accidents, critically important, to go over some of the, just, making sure that everybody has a copy of the personnel bylaw too. Making sure that they are aware of the personnel bylaw, and that they have it, a copy of it, and just thanking everybody for being so welcoming my first year here. Imagine that.
It's been a year already.
It's been a
huh?
year.
Wow. Congratulations.
What time's the staff?
Time's
meeting now?
flown.
9.
9 o'clock. As long as we have decent weather.
Yeah, that's another consideration. So. All right. Anything else, sir?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. So new business, state-approved liquor license for Country Cornerstone Corner Sitco, and it needs to be signed. So we have that. We've already voted on it, so we just got to sign it. So it's all set. They got their liquor
Probably took the
license.
whole year.
Yeah.
Why was that?
The delay was on both parties, ours and theirs, mostly theirs.
Okay. Correspondence. Got a letter from the school district for residents to go in and read books in assigned classrooms on April 6th, 2023. And it's number 14. So without reading this whole thing,
Basically, they're just asking people to come into this school and then they will assign a classroom to go read to the children.
okay, so it's part of the reading program, Reading Day. And if you want to read a book to the students, that is on Thursday, April 6th, 2023, and it's from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. at the Warren Community Elementary School. So if you want to take part of that,
Got an RSVP.
let us know by, well, let the school know by March 28th, 2023, by email to Linda Gaudry. And we'll put this letter up on the
I'll do
site,
it tomorrow.
so we'll get that done. Okay, letter from the treasurer about the health insurance. She's been communicating with a Maya rep regarding the town's health insurance, the renewal from the term September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024 reflects an increase of 1% over current rates for our Blue Cross Blue Shield products. And then Maya's range for increases this year was 1% to plus 10.5%, with an average rate increase of 5.6%. The preliminary budget has been adjusted to reflect the 1% increase. So treasurer recommends renewing the metal coverage for Maya, and we can put this out there too.
This should have really been under, if we're voting on this?
Yeah, you can't vote on it this
No.
week. It'd have to be for next week.
So we can table that, put that on the agenda. Okay, more correspondence. We have a Easter egg hunt at the Lucy Stone Park in Warren, and it's on Saturday, April 1st, 2023. And we will have that posted on our website, and it will also be put on WCAT 12, so everybody can see that also. And then we have from Warren Parks, summer job opportunities. Warren Parks and Recreation will be hiring lifeguards. There's time to get certified, and we will have that also listed on our website and via WCAT 12, so everybody can see that. So please look into that if you're looking at being a lifeguard. And yes, at this point, Cummings Pond will be open for recreational use at this point. That is the plan. Okay. Comments and concerns. Do you have any comments and concerns?
I do not.
Besides our meetings are way too long.
Yeah, that's my concern and my comment.
All right. Do you have any comments and concerns?
That's mine too. Almost 5 hours.
We're dedicated.
I'm gonna have a coffee at 9:30 in every game.
Mr. Farrar, do you have any comments and concerns?
No, sir.
Anybody from the public, comments and concerns? Yes, Mr. Conrad.
Okay, recently I parked down by the Warren Library.
Did we tow you?
No.
Oh.
There's a Veterans Board sign there,
Yes, there is.
and I noticed one side was leaning slightly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be maintenance, it's being addressed.
It's gonna be.
Veterans Council is gonna be redoing it. Right now, they don't have a location for an office, which we talked about tonight, getting them in the office upstairs in the old decorations room, the parks room, moving all that stuff out of there, giving that to Veterans Council. So they actually have a room that they can do things in. But that's on their agenda.
I was just wondering, because it doesn't appear that one of the posts is broken, so I thought maybe it's the footing that is shifted. It might be easier.
The whole thing's gonna be,
Yeah.
my knowledge, it's all gonna be removed because it's gonna be redone, repaired, and then put back.
All right.
So, and Veterans Council's working on that one.
All right.
But good observation. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Okay. Anybody else have any comments and concerns? You sat here for 5 hours listening to us. You don't have anything to say?
Just taking it all in and.
Absorb it. It's a lot. Anybody from Zoom have any comments or concerns? Is there any?
Gone. No.
No. All right. Moving on. No comments and concerns. Oh. Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah.
I just wanna go home.
All right. So next meeting is March 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. in the Board of Selectmen's room here. And please join us on a meeting where we can follow up. Hopefully we're not here for 5 hours. No promises.
Garfield, 9:30.
Pumpkin time.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Benz, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. We are adjourned.